Ted Kaczynski, a brilliant mathematician, had been living a hermit's life in a 10 by 12-foot cabin in the Montana woods.
Uncle Ted talks in my ear.
Anti-technology manifesto.
Uncle Ted talks without fear.
A hooded sweatshirt, sunglasses.
Critiquing the direction this whole society is headed. Uncle Ted talks these ideas worth spreading. We're touching grass and greener pastures, leaving behind the technology disaster. Uncle Ted talks in my ear. Uncle Ted talks crystal clear. Uncle Ted talks. I love beans diggity-doo.
When it was published in 1995, a man stepped forward to identify his brother as the Unabomber.
Ted Kaczynski.
Check it out, y'all.
Sorry about that. That was set up automatic. I don't know how to take that off.
Well, now that we've clarified that.
What's up, Libertarian? How you doing, guys? So we've been working on putting this together. Gibbs, probably a month ago now,
Right.
said that he wanted to do this show. And then between everybody going to Vegas and summer and all that kind of thing, we're just now finally getting around to it. So let's go ahead and Gibbs wanted to have a little chat about some of the more occulted concepts of Lucifer rather than just what's spit out in the pulpit at most churches, and look at the actual history and things like that.
Actually,
So-
Gibbs spent an entire lifetime studying biblical theology pertaining to the Trinity and the New Testament, to the extent that he became a pastor and a bishop. And
What about
then,
Bishop?
well, I mean, your soul is, so is mine. So, so when he was doing his business with the Lord on just another Sunday, he looked up in the sky, similar to Paul's revelation, and realized that maybe perhaps the whole story is wrong. And so instead of just deciding to become a full-blown Luciferian, he thought it'd be a great idea to speak to Ted Bennington. And and then Ted called me and said, "Hey, I think he's having I think we need to give him a intervention because he's about to go to the dark side or the light side. Your thoughts?" And now we're here.
Both sides suck.
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's interesting to see a lot of comparisons, that we see between like all these, like specifically, I think the Greeks are a really good example. People cite, Dionysus, Osiris, and Jesus being similar people. You have Lucifer and Apollo being the same person. You have Hermes and Thoth and Stolus all being the same person, arguably. And I feel like we should maybe, we were talking maybe Lucifer's Prometheus, the light bringer kind of thing. I felt like maybe we should get into that. I thought that was interesting. We kind of talked about it, a few times in some of these panels. So I felt like it would be a fun little dive in on some lore.
Agreed.
Yeah. And I will a lot be approaching the Lucifer tonight from the astrotheological aspect. Omar and I don't agree on some of it, but that's okay. That's okay.
We only don't agree on one specific thing that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Mostly
on Venus,
on who's the
Venus
morning star. And when I get up in the morning, Venus is not always there waiting for me for the sunset or for the sunrise. It's just
but at the
it
dawn
only
of the
happens
morning.
on occasion.
at the dawn of the
During it.
morning. That's why it's the dawn of the morning, because it still has to be night.
right? And
What do y'all think the morning?
I don't. That okay? We'll start out there. We'll start out with the disagreement then.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place to start. What is the morning star?
You go
Other
ahead.
than
Omar.
other than the weapon.
What?
Do a morning star.
He wants us to explain our understanding of the morning star concept.
I mean, maybe what we do is we start out biblical, and because that's what everyone's most familiar with, and then we can correlate it out from an origin story that would already be known by the time those things were even recorded. Yeah.
Sure.
And then we go,
Right.
and then we triangulate, because this type of figure has existed throughout all of the theologies or mythologies across the world and across time and space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's kind of the Lockheed Martin.
we got the morning star.
Yo, Lucifer, exactly. Lucifer. Look at Lucifer. The Lucifer deep dive brought to you by Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, by Lockheed.
No,
That's what we're selling new Patriot missiles over there.
What you
That's
should
right
do
now.
is put a symbol of the United Nations in its first year for Lucifer Trust, or you should go ahead and pick. You should go ahead and pick the Vatican, because the Vatican Observatory, because the Lucifer satellite and their entire program is based off that.
Well,
right?
to be fair, the UN, they changed it to the Lucius Trust before making them the spiritual head. They were no longer the Lucifer Trust. They made that little bait and switch.
No, they did it in the same. No, Lucifer Trust, and then they got changed to Lucifer
To the Lucius Trust.
Yeah, they changed it to Lucis Trust after already approved, from what I understand, because they started off. Because I think it was like League of Nations first that brought them in, and then they changed to United Nations. But we may both be. And by the way, just for the audience, like we're not here. This is not a debate. This is a conversation. No. So we're deep diving for the most part. I mean, I'm going off the top of the dome. I'm sure Benjamin is. We're all going off the top of the dome, and we can look up anything in real time, because the point is to have like an objective, concrete path that we're walking on, right? As close to the truth. And on a lot of subjects, by the way, there is no singular truth. There's just duality and perspective. And that's the important thing, is to be able to look at a subject, Lucifer, and have a principled polarity and understand this view and this view, which are polar opposites, and we can determine for ourselves.
Well, also it's relevant considering, I don't know, it's always relevant with television, but right now, one of the most popular television shows is a show called Has Been Hotel, right? And so Lucifer's
what?
Is what Has Been Hotel has been.
Like has been, like you used to be somebody and you're not anymore?
like you used to be alive.
Okay.
And so like the whole goal is like to redeem sinners into heaven or something, right? And anyway, the two, and then there also is a second show that's attached to it. It's the same universe. It's called Hell of a Boss, right? And the major character in Hell of the Boss is Stolas, the demon. And then Lucifer's a major character in Has Been, right? And so they also have Satan, right, which is a separate entity. And so that kind of has been, I thought it was interesting that you're going to have these two distinct entities, one's Lucifer, one's Satan, and kind of this concept. And and it's kind of relevant now because we're seeing, all sorts of these kind of like shows on television, all this stuff. We have it's always fun to talk about conspiracies. And I thought, maybe we could, since it's relevant, we could dive into some of this,
Yeah.
Right.
It's a cartoon?
Yeah, Hell of a Boss is all right. Too much singing.
Hey, so for people who don't know, when we talk about the Lucifer Trust and Lucis Trust, which is the same organization changing their name, Alice Bailey is a woman who was the disciple of Madame Blavatsky, who was probably the most famous author during the New Thought movement, which is like, let's call it the 1820s to the 19.
She's the mother of the New Age.
The mother of it. Yeah, so they called it the New Age or New Thought movement, which was the same thing again. But here it just says here, Lucifer Publishing Company, which spawned the Lucifer Trust, was formed by Alice and Foster Bailey in 22. In 23, they established the Arcane Schools, which was under the Lucifer Trust umbrella. And then 1924 to 1925, they changed the name entirely to from Lucifer to Lucis. So I don't know what year, but regardless, it's the same.
24, 25. Hold on, you hold that.
No, but regardless, it's the same organization is the point. It doesn't matter if they shorten the name or not. The first name was Lucifer, which is the point that we're trying to ultimately make, is that they were brazen with the idea of Lucifer. Now, the question always has been on this subject matter, and even with Blavatsky and Bailey and these organizations, are they actual Satanists, or are they looking at Lucifer as the same way a Christian would look at Christ, the light bringer, light in the perspective of Prometheus? And so you'd say, like, Balderson, keep doing what you're doing. I'm just gonna roll on it. And then, so the entire origin, and we have to recognize that from a biblical perspective of a concept of a word, Lucifer, starts off in the Old Testament, okay, in the Tanakh, right? So in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, Isaiah is speaking to the king of Babylon. So Babylon would be like the modern day, like United States, like the biggest empire in the world. And Isaiah goes up to the king of Babylon, and he's speaking to the king in front of an audience, and in a way and a manner that is respectful, but at the same time, the believers would call it prophetic, but at the same time is like a backward insult without actually insulting him. He basically says, "Oh, look at you, great king, how you shine brightest amongst the night sky, only to have your light evaporate with the coming of the inevitable sun." Right? And so the planet that they're referring to in the Hebrew Bible is Venus. And so if you look at the dawn of the morning, which would be before the sun shows its first rays, the brightest thing you can see would be the planet of Venus, right? And as soon as the sun's rays start to rise, there's no more night sky, and the only thing you see is the sun, and the sun is the causation of any individuality of illumination in the starry night sky to evaporate with the inevitable rise of the sun. And in his perspective, he was referring to the sun to be Yahweh, right? And he's basically calling them false lights. This is what Isaiah was doing.
Well, I want to add to that real quick, because just because the Isaiah 14:12, right, is where we get the first one. You have the prophet mocks the tyrannical king of Babylon. What's really interesting to me is here. Let me pull my notes here real quick. Is it goes on to say there's the Lucifer is this kind of applies to the Lucifer is a tar theory. A tar is a Canaanite god. The god of the morning star. It's so many of the people, the scholarships, biblical scholarships, explain that this may have been something that was just picked up along with the Baal myth. Since Baal, if you know stories in the Bible, plays a big role. The core parallels of this include here we go, and pull my notes again. The foundational source for this theory is the Baal cycle. It's a collection of ancient Canaanite clay tablets discovered at Ugarit. The narrative beats perfectly mirror the fall from heaven motif.
Ugaritic.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. That's a Semitic tribe. That's
the power. So here's some of the key points I wrote down. The power vacuum. The supreme storm god Baal dies. It's temporary. He leaves his throne on Mount Zaphon vacant. The usurper Atar. He's an astral deity personified as the morning star, specifically Venus. Ascends the holy mountain to claim the throne. The fall. Atar sits on the throne, but discovers he's too small to fill it. His feet do not reach the footrest, and his head does not reach the top. Realizing he cannot rule the heavens, he is forced to descend to the underworld. Unable to rule the sky, Atar descends the heavens and becomes the ruler of the underworld. Scholars trace the exact wording of Lucifer to Isaiah 14:12, where the prophet mocks the tyrannical king of Babylon, etc. The linguistics, though, is really interesting. The Hebrew text uses the phrase, I'm going to butcher the shit out of this. Hello, Ben Shachar. Yeah, shiny one, son of dawn. It's the exact same name as the Canaanite dawn.
Back the fuck up and restate that, please.
Yeah, so the original Hebrew text uses
in Hebrew in Isaiah 14:12, the exact Hebrew is Hallel ben Shachar, which means shining one, son of dawn.
Yeah, the weird thing though is
Venus.
But the weirdest part
how are you making that? How are you making that leap though?
But this is the weird part. Sahar is the exact name of the Canaanite dawn deity who fathered Atar. So it's not actually Atar. So it seems to be a cultural blend that the Hebrew writers were heavily immersed in Canaanite culture and language. However, they misspoke and used the wrong one. Isaiah used the myth everybody in the ancient Near East knew. The failed coup of the morning star is a political metaphor to mock humans. That was something that we kind of go into. I have some more on this if y'all really want to go into it. It's talking about the Hebrew to Greek to Latin, and the poetry to the theology. But basically, it all comes down to the linguistics change. And then when you get to the Greek-Latin portion, that's when you start adding the Apollo and the Hermes kind of aspects to this. as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So that's the exact. I'm assuming that's the exact chain that we're going to go down, right, guys? Like, well, you just
That's a good
basically.
starting
Well,
point.
I mean, that's one of them, because
Yeah, that's a good starting point.
astrotheological is obviously one of the aspects to look at it from.
Of course, but I'm saying the names that he said, Ishtar, Inanna, and that's all different variations and incarnations of the same thing in that same area. And then we can go to the wider world also, because this was not exclusive. This was not exclusive to them. But the thing, there's a couple of things to point out, by the way. And by the way, I'm like the person who right now is leaning towards the fact that and leaning on the exact verses from Genesis, that at the beginning that the Elohim are multiple beings, as the history says. So I don't believe that when Abraham is speaking to El Shaddai, I don't believe he's speaking to the same Elohim that called itself Yahweh and spoke to Moses, just for the record. And I have all the historical records of Ugarit and all these others pointing to that same thing. So just to understand, audience, I'm not a Jewish apologist. We're talking about history. So reading something by itself and then understanding the history of the times. A couple key points here on this subject. So as Gibbs mentioned, Hillel is what you would call morning star, which is referred to Venus, right? Hillel to Lucifer is from Hebrew to Latin. And the application of what that word means is the progression of that changing through the story of the personification of Lucifer as it goes in the Abrahamic faith, specifically Christianity, right? So that's one path. That's one, we'll touch that. I'm not going to get into that right now. That's one chain of a gigantic story and a gigantic positioning. But the reason why I would say, I think Balderson, you're trying to push back and say, like, how do we know he's not talking about Ishtar and these other things? First of all, Isaiah.
No, I've never understood how they ever could make Venus the morning star. The story only applies very occasionally. So
no, Venus, but it's specifically dawn.
Venus, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, man. Venus is visible before sunrise for roughly several months at a time, occurring twice every 1.6 years. So every year and a half, we get about 4 months of Venus being before the sun. So how does this measure up? Now, when I look at from my understanding of that story, what we have is, and this has happened in multiple cultures, a bait and switch, where at one point in time, the astrotheology aligned to Polaris, and that they were a polar cult. And then at some point in time, they switched to a solar cult, which is what brings up Venus as the morning star, when the only actual star in the morning that tells me it's morning is the sun. The sun in and of itself. Lucifer, the bright shining one, the one that blinds you to God. Venus does not blind you to God. The sun blinds you to Polaris when the sun comes up, and then it falls also every day. And then as soon as it falls, Polaris is in the exact same place that it always was. Everything that you're saying, Venus doesn't make a good fill-in. This is some old bad information that occultists have been pawning around for a long time.
This is interesting. That's interesting because if you go, because real quick, because if you go based off like the idea that the Earth is, well, I don't know. I'm not a 10,000-year-old Christian, but let's just say if you go off the current timeline where civilization's only like what 15K years old. All right. So like the Egyptians, like probably the old, then yeah, it's really struggles to be a Polaris, right? Because the Near East doesn't have Polaris pop up, right? However, that being said, if you prescribe that we don't know exactly how old humanity has been doing civilization, that changes quite a bit, and Polaris does become a morning star in ancient history. That's kind of become a morning star based off patterns. So yeah, I think that's kind of interesting with the polar cult thing. If we like move south at some point, or people move north,
you're jumping around. You're jumping 5,000 years in each direction. That's the problem,
right? Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
And you're also assuming the procession. And the procession is highly
the procession. That's right. That's kind of what I'm saying right there, is that we don't know where came from what kind of thing.
Okay. I'm saying from our current viewpoint.
But we're still I'm specifically talking about a Jewish prophet named Isaiah talking to the king of Babylon, right? I'm not saying that he's right. I'm saying this is what he's saying. This is what he's referring to. The dawn of the morning, the morning star that he's talking about is Venus, because you can see Hallel being referred to all over Hebrew writings, that they're always talking about that as the false light. And I believe, if like more specifically, I think that before Yahwism, all of the people of Canaan, of which like the tribes all the way from Lebanon, all the way down to Egypt, all the way over to Iraq and everything in between, Syria, Jordan, they all had their variations of gods and goddesses. From the perspective of El had a wife named Asherah, right? And Aserat was a different variation. They had different accents and different names of the same thing. There was always gods and goddesses, gods and goddesses, gods and goddesses. And what you have here with the cult of Yahweh, which was early Yahwism, which we now refer to as Judaism, before they had a land of Israel, when they were people without a land, they, in my opinion, became a solar cult. And in order to have a solar cult, had to exterminate any other aspect of any co-equal aspect, including other Elohim, as well as any form of any equal goddess, like God's wife has to be reduced down to once a week. And they pray to that today. And Friday, the Shabbat prayer, is they're praying that Yahweh and his Shabbos queen, the Shekhinah, which is the divine feminine, they make coitus on Friday, and they come and bless their table. And the Shekhinah is a very late development, near to the time. It's a Kabbalistic aspect of what what Asherah was, which was the queen of the heavens. So if you look through these Semitic languages, Asherah, even if you look at the later prophets when they had the kingdom of Israel, all they're doing is bitching and complaining about how everyone's worshiping the goddess still. I mean, they're prophets threatening people's lives, tearing down temples, changing it all. And then one prophet came in clean house and said, no more goddess worship at all. And this is in the land of Israel. So in my opinion, they became a solar cult of what those Semitic tribes were not a solar cult. That's my thought process on it.
I don't disagree with them becoming a solar cult. I think that and the Polaris sun switch applies to everything in the northern hemisphere. I'm not, unless you go with what Gibbs was saying, which this is an absolutely theoretical, unproven the precession ideal, and that Polaris wasn't always our North Star. All these.
I wasn't saying that it's not necessarily the North Star. I'm saying that, if you look at the things over, I guess I am saying that. I would say it's still a northern star. It's just maybe the position in the sky, or who can see it mainly. Like it would probably be mostly in the same position. But the fact that if you go further back, you can see that the constellations like Orion are slightly off compared to the pyramids. But if you go back 15K years ago, then they're identical to where.
That's only if you accept the precession, which they don't have any proof for whatsoever.
Well, I mean, that's really the interesting part, because because what y'all are talking about with Shaman's talking about, right? If you look at ancient Hebrew, like Abraham specifically, he's a follower of which god? The moon god from Ur, right? So it does kind of I feel like there are these tidbits that kind of lead us to talk about how you see these other stories that are older. Noah, right? Noah seems to be a story that's a very old story that Gilgamesh is even older than the Noah story. You see these examples in other countries around the world of these old stories. So I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something to this.
Wow.
We get through it.
I'm looking this up real quick, and the roots in the Hebrew letters of the Hey and the L and the L, the HLL is actually the source of where the word hallelujah comes from.
Huh.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Hey, by the way, and we realized last time when we looked it up, and Balderson, I did a deep dive, it would appear that the Akkadian emperor invented Ashtar and appropriated Ishtar, to his own deification of him and his family. Remember when we were trying to source the origins? Yeah. So I have found nothing.
And this is what I'm saying most of the time. I think once we get back to the origins, our understanding of things get very different. That a lot gets changed. And I agree with Omar and I, we've been doing, this is what this show is basically supposed to be surrounding, is the
Yes.
occult breakdowns. And a lot of that occult breakdown, if we want to have a true understanding, we got to look at the origins of these figures, because if we take everybody else's understandings in between, them fuckers, they're full of shit. We have reading comprehension. We can understand what's being said.
And maybe almost, hey, can you guys hear me good? Like from here?
Yeah, no, you sound great.
I keep like leaning into the mic. It's a bad habit. It shows how much of a rookie I am on this. So one of the other things that I checked, Balderson, was when we were talking about like Inanna, Ishtar, and these like goddess, the queens of the heavens or the goddess of the skies, we were looking at Ishtar, and Ishtar is a very big one. And we were also looking at Mithra in Persia. And so what
started that specifically was that in today's world, so many people mush things together. So Ishtar has been mushed together with Easter and Ostara and Isis and all kinds of things, and it's just Dr. Seuss occultism. Like, oh, they all have an eye. They all kind of sound the same.
Yes, and the problem for the audience, the problem is because we are reading and speaking in English. And by default, all history that we read will be through a British anthropological lens, right? Which you cannot trust 80% of it. And so if you say Easter, Ishtar, in our English-speaking first language mind, the etymology matches, but it has nothing to do with itself. And here's the interesting part about what we're talking about right now, about Isaiah speaking to the king of Babylon. The king of Babylon at that time, guess who it was?
Nebuchadnezzar,
Sargon of Akkad, which was one of the.
Oh yeah. Who we were just looking up. That's hilarious.
Which is the guy who created Ishtar. So when I meant it was an insult was because at that time, if he had already, and of course we don't know, but if he had already to claim himself the greatest emperor, fashion himself a god, where he's married to the queen of the heavens, which is Ishtar, then Isaiah would be mocking him by talking about Hillel as the false god and the false light, saying that my God, the sun, is coming, right? And that's the double entendre concept for that specifically. But so that's where the Lucifer comes in, and because we talked about this before in our last preview, and later the concept of the personification of the biblical Lucifer didn't happen until like the 1200s, or was it the 1400s? And so
when the Vulgate, the biblical Lucifer appeared with the Vulgate.
Yeah,
Jerome translated that Lucifer in there.
Christianity. Yeah, there's an entire book about it, which is super cool. So Lucifer. So Second Peter, they refer to Jesus, by the way. They mentioned in Second Peter and in Revelation, they mention Jesus as the Phosphoros, which is the morning star, which is an interesting thing. Let's see, early Christian fathers. Yeah, so Tertullian mentioned reference to Hillel as Satan, which would be evil. Origen did the same thing. But as Balderson just accurately said, Jerome's Vulgate is where Lucifer also became a character. But this guy, Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, and then there was a specific man. Okay, Lucifer, son of the morning, from Tyndale Bible. But who wrote it? There was a book in the 1200s.
Well, Tyndale was in Tyndale. That's Tyndale's himself's translation, I believe. Wasn't he killed for it? While we're on a pause, quick, we actually missed a step. So the Lucius Trust then makes an offshoot branch, or the Lucius Trust makes an offshoot branch of itself called the World Goodwill. And then they enter the UN in the 1950s, and not just as spiritual, but also as financial advisors and such. And I don't even know where that qualification fucking came from. But they named themselves World Goodwill on their way into joining the UN.
Yeah.
Of course, and this is all knowing that their original name was the Lucifer Trust, and that they changed it to all these other names because being the Lucifer Trust does not curry a lot of favor in a
probably not good PR.
Yeah, not good PR.
The world goodwill was like another branch. They started lots of organizations, all branching off Lucifer Publishing, which was from the Theosophical Society, but they opened all these like non-governmental organizations around the religious organization.
Because their concept, the Theosophical Society, the concept that they imagined was, it's called paralleling. So they would go into all these religions and they'd be like, yeah, we're just like you, just like you, just like you. And then they'd go like that. And they'd draw people with them when they did that. And so they would parallel all these different religions. They even had a wing of the Catholic Church at one point in time, the Theosophical Society did. And they come in and they're like, yeah, look, we're down with Jesus. We believe exactly what Jesus does, except for kind of this different stuff.
Well, that's where she started tying Jesus into Lucifer. Actually, she was one of the first people that used us as a point of reference. And we're talking about like old Tibetan. They said all the Buddhas, all the Mahatmas, all of she correlated. What did you call it? Parallelism, right?
Paralleling.
So,
yeah.
So it's like parallelism is when you say like, okay, here's this one figure. A perfect example, I would say, that of the most successful direct way that was done is through the Persian religion of Manichaeanism. You know, the Persian prophet Mani. He was a big writer, big poet, big speaker, and he was Mani. He said he's the reincarnation of everything, and he correlated all of these things, like whether it was Jesus, whether it was Zarathustra, and his believers believed he was just like the reincarnation of all these things, but yet he's also himself now. So it was actually like very, very successful, what Mani did, for sure. I mean, Alice Bailey says that she was the prophet, and she was channeling Jarl Cool, remember? And they have a picture of him. Actually, you should look that up. Look up Theosophical Society.
Before you move on to that, while you do that, the funniest thing about what you just said, though, is unironically, in 40K, they have the Emperor of Mankind. And he's supposed to be, you know, he's like immortal from like before time. He literally fills the Medi role. He does the exact thing. He's like all these different roles. Like, I'm St. George. I might also be Jesus. I might also be all these different characters. So it's funny, like how fiction parallels reality oftentimes in many cases.
They actually have a chart. Like if you look up Theosophical Society's Ascended Masters, they actually have pictures. And they'll have a list of the people, and they'll say like, this is one soul. This is basically the concept of Lucifer, which means like Buddha means enlightened one. Christ means the anointed one. Lucifer means the bright one. And that they're saying that's all one thing. And so they have like a list showing like every single ascended master in the history, and then showing the ones that will come, which taps into the concept in Hinduism about this one last master named
they call it the Great White Brotherhood.
They
supposedly are living in Shambhala and up above us, and they're watching down and waiting for us to get like truly fucked, and then they're gonna come help us.
But thank God
they aren't going to do it now, even though they can do it now. They got to wait for the suffering to truly be epic, and then
real problems. There has to be real problems, not this little stuff that we're watching, not these little problems. We need real problems, right? We need the world with to really suffer. Isn't that funny? We're not suffering enough, which actually gets into the
there we go. This is the one you're probably looking for here, and this is going to have like Sanat.
Sanat Kumara. So the last one is called the Maitreya Buddha. The last one they're waiting for is called Maitreya Buddha, and Sanat Kumara is the name in the Yazidis of the peacock angel. So Yazidis are very, very. That's the big one. There's the map. There's the map. I can't really see it well, but there's a little Asian guy. That's Jarl Cool. And by the way, Jarl Cool, that's also from Batman: The Dark Knight. Remember?
Just don't want to get bigger. It just keeps
Wait,
shipping
who
you
from
up.
the Dark Knight?
Gibbs, remember
Ra's
Jarl
al Ghul.
Cool?
Ra's al Ghul?
Yeah, sure. That it sounds similar. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
okay,
Ra's al Ghul is an immortal being. Yeah, he represents a lot of like figures in history as well. He's another one of these Emperor of Mankind types where he may or may not have been prophets and all sorts of shit. Batman, yeah. So he
they have John D. They think John D was one. Alice Bailey says she was channeling Jarl Cool. They have John D. They have everybody. They have Malkitsadek. They basically say, hey, everyone that's
all
ever
your
been
favorite
something
characters.
amazing.
It's like the super friends of religion.
That's it. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You like Aquaman? We got Aquaman. You like Superman? We got the Batman. We got Robin. We even got Wonder Twins. Wonder powers activate.
All of them. And so they say the last one will be the Maitreya Buddha, which will be basically the reappearance of the Christ, meaning that all of them are the Christ in one. And it will be it'll be the 7 rays, which they again. What matter? Here's the thing. Let's talk objectively for a second. What we need to remember about this woman, Madame Blavatsky, who's supposed to have all these powers, it's been debunked that she was a fucking fraud. She was a fraud psychic.
You ever read her book where she complains about all of her students that keep asking her to perform miracles because they don't believe she has powers? And she's like, it's just so tiring. They're always asking. Like,
I have that same problem. Everyone's always asking me to do the miracles, man. It's getting a little tiresome.
Do the thing.
Yeah, and so there was like this. She incorporated. So what she did was she was well read. She was a woman who was unmarried, who walked around and drank with men. She smoked cigarettes. She was from Siberia. She was a big woman. She had very enchanting eyes, they say. She spoke with great conviction. She's a gambler, a drinker. She hung out with the guys. And during the New Thought movement, the big in thing was this spiritual, occult, and esoteric knowledge. She gathered a lot of information. She wrote a big story about herself, and Tibet is supposed to be where the gateway to Shambhala is. And it's attached to Shambhala, Tibetan Buddhism as well. And she basically wrote a book called The Secret Teachings of All Ages. No, that's Manly.
No, that's Manly P. Hall.
What did she write? She wrote something.
Well, where their information derives from is a book called Anacalypsis.
Yeah. And so basically she wrote a book
by Gottfried Higgins. In this book,
which book? Which one?
Most people don't realize this. That their original thought ideals came from a book called Anacalypsis. And this is so this 1836 published date is actually after this book had sat. 400 copy, just a couple copies were made by Gottfried Higgins himself. He is the father of what I call the Dr. Seuss occult. And so he wrote these 2 just absolute shit books. Out of Africa comes from this book, the Anacalypsis. That's where the whole out of Africa concept came from that the UN pushed. And that's where all these things got mushed together just simply by phonetic sounds. And he wrote the book. He had 400 copies published himself back before real free open publishing. And those books no occultist wanted. He was laughed at on the occult stage. Back then, your primary occultists were all in Germany. That's where the hub of all occult was, and they all just laughed at Gottfried Higgins. His book didn't sell anything. Fast forward to his great grandson inheriting his house. He found them in a cellar, sitting and rotten and molded, and put together enough pieces to create a whole book. And it was the era of cheaper publishing, so they had that book published, and then Blavatsky and the Theosophical Society picked that up and ran with it like this guy was an occult master, and the book is crap.
Yeah, I've never, honestly, I've never heard of this man. But it says here that he was born in the 1772 and died in 1833. So as Balderson just said, this was written way before he died. And again, the New Thought movement, it really kicked off maybe like the 1830s, 1840s, so like the 1940s. You could say it started off technically like. Yeah, and so that guy's book was well out before the New Thought movement, even as precursor began, right? So
yeah, that he's part of the formation of their new belief system, and his information. Like I said, the true occultists of the time, the guy had no credential, no respectability. People laughed at him for this fucking book, and it didn't even sell. It sat and rotted, and his grandson is the one who resurrected it.
Yeah, and before you have the New Thought movement, which would be in like the age, you're talking about like the 1700s, let's say, you have like psychologies and you have like many things that are being created, at that time, like, what's his name? Franz Mesmer, right? And he created like, to mesmerize someone is this Austrian physician. His name was Mesmer, right? And so he had like animal magnetism, and he wrote some preliminary stuff pertaining to like how you could like channel and direct.
Hey, hold on. Is this where the word mesmerize is derived from?
Yeah, from Mesmer. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Franz Mesmer, and he was a physician, and he basically wrote a book in like the mid 1700s about this, and he was basically saying like animal magnetism. And he was saying, like, we have the ability to pass this, the fluid, which would be like the vril, by the way, like through the hands and affect healing. But then he also said, like, he got into, how the planets, aligning the planets to the human body and how you could heal certain things in different times. And he had some pretty interesting and good stuff. You also have to remember, like, that before him, you have like Newton. Right, you have like really like powerful occultists that came up with some pretty interesting.
Well, I mean, even before all of them, I want to
hold on, just 1 second, Rocky. Now you gotta understand, I'm an Odinist, and if you come in blabbing the Jesus stuff, my guys are gonna smash you. We don't believe in cucking to your weird desert god, dude. You can follow that all you want, but we're not weird desert people. Either are you, so you're really kind of the fool because your white ass didn't come from no desert. Go ahead, guys.
That's a very good point. I always like to point that out when people are like, "You're a fuck." The guy last night was like, "Yeah, some brown people," and I didn't know he was talking about me. I was like, "So I'm brown tonight?" I thought, all right, and I was like, "Bro, you're worshiping like brown Jews that like you're."
Well, I want to
King of the Jews. I'm not a Jew, Rocky, and neither are you, white boy.
I also want to come back to when you're talking about the early occultists and the early Christians and whatnot. The idea that, like, and I brought this up kind of when we were first opening it with talking about the Hasbin Hotel and the idea that Lucifer and Satan are actually distinctly separate. We see this kind of combination start like what I think the 2nd or 3rd century with I don't remember when Origin is Jarl does it, but I know Tetrarulian
Origin.
And Tetrarulian is the 2nd century, I believe, and they both kind of started combining this concept of Satan and Lucifer, which I think is a key because y'all mentioned the Morning Star. Early Christians don't have a problem with the Morning Star, but that really kind of changed in I think the 6th century, the Middle Ages. But and they talk about the Morning Star like actually not as a bad thing. And I noticed the chat is talking about
the Vulgate written. When's the Vulgate?
The Vulgate?
No, the Latin Vulgate was written.
That sounds about the same time period. I wonder if
that's 382, 405. So probably around the same time. Then
after Nicaea. After Nicaea,
part of that understanding changes the Vulgate coming out.
Well, it does. In the early 390s, I believe it's Jerome picks up the Latin descriptive.
Saint Jerome. He's the saint of library and whatnot. Yeah,
and that's when he translates the Hebrew word Hallel to Morning Star, and then that kind of lot of people lays that foundation down at his feet for the narrative that merged Lucifer with Satan. So, I mean, I'm kind of interested. Do y'all think that they're originally intended to be separate? I've seen many people, I know a lot of Southern Baptists would argue that he's talking to Satan behind the king. Others I've heard are saying he's just talking to the king, who's described himself as the morning star and like a god. Do we think they're the same? Do you think they're supposed to be the same? What are y'all's thoughts on that?
So the entire point is they're not the same. The entire point is that the concept of Satan, which would be the antithesis of God, right? The word Satan is adversary, right? So who's God's adversary on earth would be Satan, right? And so if Jesus is the Messiah, right? The Messiah was just the king of the Jews, right? And so, but Jesus later became more than just a man and more than just a prophet. In fact, the Son of Man, right? And then they were ad hoc looking back into the Hebrew Bible, and eventually over that first 100 years, from 100 to 200, Paul started it, but really from 100 to 200 is really when it started to kick off. And you have these early church fathers, I guess they would still call them or not. I don't know if you still call them, but you have Origen, you have Tertullian, who started to write an extensive amount of Lucifer in a personification. But the reason is because if you have God and you have Satan and you have this Jesus here, God incarnate, then he must have his Skeletor. There must be an adversary. Otherwise, there is no polarity, there's no balance. Why would it come if not to battle evil? And so Lucifer started to become personified as Satan incarnate, right? And that's where the whole thing comes from. You have so hold on. Origen, Tertullian basically was the first writer. Tertullian, okay, let me give you an example. The first
Anna's on his way to get his nipples ripped or his chest ripped out. He's going to go do the sun and the Native American sun dance with the eagle's talons in his.
Okay. So Tertullian was the first Christian, what we would call Christian writer, to specifically mention, to say in Isaiah 14:12, Isaiah is talking to the devil. So when we say the devil, that is the word in English we use for Satan, correct, Gibbs? So let's not. So when we say Christian, let's not use Satan. Let's say the devil. So once the devil is a character like God talks, now the devil talks. Lucifer is the first. Lucifer is still not being the first. The first application was Satan embodiment, of which Lucifer is being referred to as Hallel by Tertullian. Then Origen, right after that, the Havamal.
I was not trying not to interrupt you.
No, I haven't heard of that one either. You mentioned 3 books.
Where's the Book of Odin? It's called the Havamal, you ignorant shit. Try reading other books.
Got it. Yeah, I have heard of it. Sorry, I just never.
You're probably more used to just the whole poetic Edda, the Havamal.
I am. I haven't sat down and but. So look, here's the overview. Tertullian in 200, right? Okay, started to incorporate Isaiah 14:12 as Satan. That's who Isaiah is talking to, right? Then Origen, shortly after him, basically goes, Isaiah 14:12 and Ezekiel 28. That's one story. So then the devil fell down, so Satan on earth, right? Then right after that, you have Council of Nicaea, and then you have what Balderson referred to, which was the Vulgate, right? And in the Vulgate, Lucifer now is a personification, but still not independent as it would later become. In the 12th century, the first story of Lucifer and all his ideas and how he was sent down to rule and which is a complete copy of Prometheus, for the record. They literally took the story of Prometheus arguing with the gods and fucking incorporated it with Lucifer, but in a negative way, by the way. In a negative way. There is an identical to
they took the give the fire back side.
Yeah, exactly.
This is only for the gods. This isn't meant for mortal men. We should be able to think.
And then the finiste resonance of it all in the 1200s was when Aquinas said, basically, and canonized, in essence, the story of the systemic fall of Lucifer from being a chief angel, the brightest and most beautiful amongst God's creation, to his fall due to jealousy against God's creation in man. And that's where Satan is supposed to rule on earth concept. That's where the devil is incarnate in Lucifer. That's where the whole shit starts. And for the record, that's 700 years. So Islam was already out for 1,000 years by the time this guy came up with that shit.
Yeah, and Aquinas is well known for porting over pagan understandings into his work. He's the one who went and took Aristotle's when the Christians bang on about logic, they use Aristotle's logic system when they do it, and then don't give Aristotle any credit. My favorite's when the Orthodox bros bang on about it, but they don't like Aquinas nor Aristotle, but they're going to use all their stuff.
Yeah, they quote, yeah, exactly. They quote him all the time. They copy his shit all the time, but yet they don't give him the proper credit. You know why? Because the church fathers ruled him a heretic. Was he ruled a heretic?
He's a Catholic. He's a Catholic. So in the Orthodox, he's a heretic.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. And what you will notice, ladies and gentlemen, is that whatever religion you are, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Jew, whatever it is, your greatest philosophers, your greatest thought leaders in said religion will always, always, always be someone who's well read in the ancient mysteries and the esoteric and the occult. Always. Even from the perspective of, if you look at Sir Isaac Newton, a lot of things that guy created, but if you ask Sir Isaac Newton what he said he called himself an alchemist. The father of modern science called himself an alchemist. Okay, so they appropriated him, his occult and esoteric studies, his work of trying to understand the philosophical aspect of turning base metal into gold, and then the polarity of the application of that in the material form, right? Like to be able to even conceive of at any age and time period, but then to actually go through that process and create a bunch of amazing things to that process. You know, when he dies, we appropriate him as the father of modern science. When that immediately, by saying the father of modern science, you now only look at what he created for modern science. What wouldn't it be the smartest thing to go, wow, Sir Isaac Newton, I wonder what he believed. I wonder what he studied. Study what they studied and what they looked at to find out what they created. Don't look at what they created. It came from somewhere. It was accumulated by something. What did Nikola Tesla study? Nikola Tesla had 1,000 patents. Great. Where did he open up the channels in his mind to come up with the ideas? Ask yourself. This is important.
So from my understanding, I agree with Omar that they have mushed, and this is a thing you're going to find over and over again. They have mushed characters together, and they've mushed concepts together. One of the things that the Bible and that entire culture was big on was understanding of what they called like powers and principalities. And everybody in today's world, because we're so absolutely spiritually devoid, only views powers and principalities as governmental workings. But I'll give you a real nice example of one of these forces. And this is just a name for a force, okay? So if you have ever had a group of dogs, and there's 10 dogs, and they're all getting along, and they're a nice little pack. And then for whatever reason, 2 of those dogs turn and snap at each other. All the other dogs will immediately start fighting and typically attack one of the dogs. They don't even know what the fuck's going on right now. Like they just went into it and just attacked. So this is what we're talking about with a power and a principality. This energy of fight or kill or whatever you would want to call it. This has taken over that group, and it's taken over their wills. It's taken over their minds. They don't know why they're fighting. You know, maybe the first 2 did, but the whole rest of the group, they don't know why they're fighting. They're just doing it. We raised puppies. We've seen this happen regularly. And this is just a thing. And the same thing happens with humans. We all can feel when the energy shifts in a room, and we can all, and the room goes from being a happy room to all of a sudden there's trouble. Especially as like I did 8 years in prison. If you can't find that feeling in prison, you're in a lot of trouble. You immediately need to be able to sense when the energy around you shifts to really bad things for you, like, and get the hell out of there. These are understandings that we used to have. This personification, Omar, I again agree with Omar on this. This came from when the translations came in we've slowly moved to a more materialistic world, especially in their religion, to where they've taken out pretty much all the spirituality out of it. In fact, Omar's last example, where they pulled away from alchemy. They're like, chemistry moved beyond alchemy.
Exactly.
No, you're just a bunch of materialists that are just mixing fucking liquids. Alchemists actually understand what's going on and what's happening, and regard the spirit of the thing.
Yeah, they're not threatened. They're not because they're searching. They're not threatened. By the way, I just realized I can stream this to my YouTube channel, so if it missed the first part, okay, we're live on my YouTube. If we missed the first part, you need to go back to Mr. Gibbs or Balderson so you can watch the beginning, because it was very important, very, very important stuff that we just touched on. And if it streamed the whole thing, good. Here, let me give you an example here. So it's well understood that it was well understood that Nikola Tesla was a seeker, right? And so one of the things that he did was he wrote about and talked about meeting Vivekananda at the Chicago World Parliament of Religions, right? Swami Vivekananda, right? Now, it doesn't matter what you think about him, his magical powers, no magical powers. He was a proper yogi, and there's a lot of wisdom in the Upanishad and the Vedas of Hinduism, okay? In 1907, Nikola Tesla writes in his book, Man's Greatest Achievement, this is what he said: there manifests itself in the fully developed being, man, a desire mysterious, inscrutable, and irresistible to imitate nature, to create, to work himself the wonders he perceives. All perceivable matter comes from a primary substance, or tenuity beyond conception, filling all space. The Akasha, or luminiferous ether, which is acted upon by the life-giving prana or creative force, calling into existence in never-ending cycles all things and all phenomenon. Dude, this is pure. He would be on this conversation with us, diving deep, way forward, the same way we're going. And Vivekananda wrote in his writings in 1896, Mr. Tesla believes he can demonstrate mathematically that force and matter are reducible to potential energy. I am going to go see him next week, and I'm excited to see his mathematical demonstration.
I see, okay. And I have problems with that too. That's a whole. Everything doesn't reduce down to potential. Everything reduces down to two things: infinite potential, and then absolute limited potential. Like the two things are separate. So like the way I like to explain it is the engineer and the contractor and the parts house. Mm-hmm. When we're talking about infinite potential, we're talking about the engineer. Head in the sky. If you're a construction worker, if you have ever seen some of the shit engineers put on their architecture sheets, you're like, do you live in the world? Do you understand how things work at all? And so then you've got the parts house, which is a very limited thing. Now we're talking about things have certain ways that they work and go together, and there's limits. This is your when the world was created, the fire and ice. You could exchange those words for the immovable object and the unstoppable force. The unstoppable force being unlimited potential. What happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, life. So that potential has to have something that it's putting the potential on. Potential in and of itself isn't a thing. A thing has potential. So the potential is applying to this other secondary piece. This is where I have a problem with the way Christians view things, because after the all, it's all a duality, and after that, and it's actually more than a duality, it's a three-piece system. Go ahead.
Well, no, I agree. See, remember, what we're not saying that that Nikola Tesla had all the answers. Quite the opposite. The point is that even when he was already recognized for creating electricity, he's still trying to tap into ancient history and ancient past that he knew nothing about, going to the best, quote, best sources of this embodiment to go and learn. You know, this guy,
he was told a lot of these things by the Black Knight satellite. He wrote that.
Well,
Black Knight satellite, bro.
No, he channeled a lot of stuff, and guess who else did? You have all of the ancient Greek, the ancient Greeks lighting.
See, he didn't channel it. He killed himself, electrocuted himself specifically, and while dead, he supposedly connected with the Black Knight satellite while he was dead. Cutest, could I possibly do my thing? And then he received the information from the fucking cat that won't get out in front of everything.
Yo, is the cat's name Cutest?
Yeah, it's Cutie, and I call her Cutest.
Okay, so she's living up to abracadabra. What do you? She's in your face because she's the cutest, and she knows it.
Yeah, she is definitely the cutest. She can go sit on her spot above my head and look down on all of us.
As far as I'm concerned, that cat knows more about what the fuck we're trying to talk about than all three of us can fucking combined. As far as I'm concerned, we think we're so good. Cats are the highest incarnation on earth. I'm beyond convinced of that.
I don't know.
They're fucking born shamans. Okay, well, they're born shamans.
Are you a shaman?
100%. They know how to use plants as medicine. They know which grass to eat to purge and cleanse their inside. They know which plants to get fucked up and connect to the ether. They have all their senses open. They can see spirits. They're everything we wish we shamans try to become. Look at that one. Look at them.
This one might have been like Caligula in a past life. I think they learned how to be doing the bulimia quite a bit. I don't know about the eating the grass, but they learned how to eat too much.
Well,
for sure.
You can take a cat and you can take it from anywhere and put it anywhere on earth, and it's going to survive. You can't say that about a fucking human.
How very appropriate in an occult show we break off to have a cat conversation.
I don't even have a cat here, dude. That's why I'm bullshit. That's why I'm bullshit. So look, Nikola Tesla, you have to remember, this guy was born in Siberia. His father was born was a priest. His mother was a poet. They were fucking. He was born in like Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, or Austria was one of them, but he was Siberian. He was Siberian. Like Orthodox Russian Orthodox priest. They have a lot of magic with their shit. He's a Slav, right? So he's already open to the stuff. His biggest fascination was electricity, based off his biggest fascination, which were the pyramids in Egypt. There's a direct correlation. And look, I just pulled up right here. Here's Sir Isaac Newton, right? Sir Isaac Newton is attributed to writing 10 million words in manuscripts, 1 million words on alchemy, 1.4 million words on theology and prophecy, 1 million words on biblical chronology and ancient history. That, my friends, is 3.4 million words on things that have to do with not science. So the level of scientist that guy became, or chemist, as you'd like to say, perhaps, this guy spent a lot of his time, doesn't matter if it was early or later, in studying alchemy. It says right here he practiced alchemy actively and how would they know? But 1668 to 1696, he built laboratories in Trinity College in Cambridge, and he did everything. But he has personally translated the Emerald Tablets of Hermes Trismegistus. Why would someone do that?
He's the one who translated the story of the net, which is the story where Venus has an affair with Mars and gets caught by Vulcan, and Cupid's involved. And he comes home and finds his wife having an affair with Mars. So he puts them up in a net in the corner of the room and traps them. And what this really is then is understanding it takes, so the Vulcan fire is a white fire, which is a specific heat. Okay. And then that at that specific heat, that's what makes it so this amalgamation can happen, because normally iron and copper don't want to mix. So you got to get it up to that certain heat before that mix can happen. And the end result of this whole process is a metal called the net, which makes little geometric diamonds all through it as it cools down. And we could speculate on the uses of that. My speculation is for holding in energies. Obviously, it trapped Venus and Mars. It would almost be like the thing that holds in the energy of the heart, you know, because the heart, you've got the iron side and you've got the copper side, or the oxygen side and the hydrogen side. So something that would contain that particular energy, which is honestly almost like a cavitation.
Yeah. There are the different degrees of heat. It has to do with like the degrees of heat, which I don't think they give a fuck about the degree. They understood the color. Like I don't think they're measuring. I think they understood that like white is like whatever 1,000 to 1,300, and you know,
yeah,
like they didn't
color told you
like
how hot it was.
Yeah, like how we talked about the F sharp is the Native American and the Native American scale is for the heart. Like they didn't fucking have a way of measuring the heart chakra, but it's understood that's what it meant. But yeah, there's different degrees of the intensity of fire that correlates to the temperature and the ability to transmute things at different degrees. The deeper, the harder the transmutation, the higher the temperature, which really meant the color, from a small red to a blood red to, you know, to the orange, the yellow. I don't remember what purple to purple, then red, then white, or purple. Where's the purple? But anyway, the point is that it goes from, and we can do certain experiments, but like that's why they say like, the sun is actually white, right? They say the sun is white, but it looks like that because of the atmospheric pollution, right? The color. It's not actually red or orange.
The color that it's burning?
The actual sun. If we were to see it.
Yeah, no, it absolutely has to do with the angle that it's hitting the environment, and so it changes. That's why your morning sun is a certain color and the evening sun is a certain color, and then the afternoon sun is more of a blue whitish, but the two outsides are more of an orangish. And then also that simulates your spring and fall. So in the spring, the sun's at a lower angle this way and you get more orangish light, and then in the middle of summer you get more blue white light as it comes and passes more directly overhead. And then when it drops back in the fall and hits that angle again, that's where you get that orangish, like when you're trying to simulate growth indoors on a plant. That's how you follow that spectrum. Or anymore, they have full spectrum lights, but back in the day, and when you first started the plant, you would use a light orange, like it, you know, like a mild high pressure sodium bulb. And then during your vegetative cycle, you'd switch over to a metal halide, which is a bright blue white. And then when you went to go fruit your plants, you switch back over to a high pressure sodium again, which is a very orangish reddish light. But that
I'm just reading something here. It says Sir Isaac Newton, he wrote letters to John Locke, which he never published in his life for fear of persecution. And his main thing was he was pointing out that he had proof that Trinitarianism was later forgeries that were ad hoc applied into the New Testament. Is my type of guy.
Well, because everything was stolen from Odinism and paganism. They ported all these things in, and this is just like what I'm talking about with Aquinas, where they're like, well, logic was developed and fucking made by Aristotle and friends, but they're pagans. Fuck them. We'll give it to Thomas Aquinas.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because you and I spoke, and I mentioned this to you not too long ago, and this comes back to my kind of thing about I think humanity is older than we give it credit for. I think there's the Colombo structure or whatever, where it's like 475,000 years old as a wooden structure. Arguably, humanity is not even 400,000 years old. They think it was in 300K, which brings me to something interesting, which is I saw a theory the other day, and I presented to you, Balderson, about Christianity being a pre and post apocalyptic version of Norse mythology, where Loki is Jesus, and he comes back and he's trying to show Balder's what's his name? Thor's brother. No, Thor's brother.
Thor.
Thor. That his other son, Odin's other son, the bald one.
Oh, Balder. That's Balder.
Yeah, Balder is Balder. Yeah, Balder. Yeah, Balder, is maybe Jesus. There's all sorts of, he's got a couple different variations. And I thought that was kind of interesting because the parallels really run well with that theory, especially when you start factoring in some of these things like Yggdrasil being, and you have, Helheim, and you have, Valhalla, and then you have these ending events like, Ragnarok. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I'm blanking. And then how it repeats in the cycle, and then you have the story of Adam and Eve with the apple and the snake, which mimics once again Norse mythology quite a bit. And it's interesting because unironically the Norse
and ours is called Ash and Embla.
Right, and then it's very interesting to see because the Catholics didn't have too hard of a time converting the Vikings, but I mean the Vikings very much were like, oh, it's the same thing almost. And so it seems kind of interesting to me that we're seeing this kind of idea that you brought up earlier with the polar cults can go versus the desert kind of cults. I don't know. What are your thoughts here on this? Do y'all think that's kind of interesting?
That's honestly, that's a case that I make, and it's one of my arguments that I've tried to get into debates with chicken shit ortho bros about. That even not only is the religious systems that we follow a direct port over from Germanic, but our governmental systems, the original ones, direct port over from Germanic. We still follow all the Germanic customs. When Tacitus was writing about the Germanic people, they were already practicing things like marriages that were very strict in that people didn't go outside the marriage, high trust societies where people treated each other a certain way. Tacitus was amazed.
I'll even go further, right? And this kind of comes back to the humanity being older thing. If you let's just look at Aztec mythology, and you can see this kind of interesting thing where they have these 4 races of people. You have the giants, you have the stone people. No, I'm going to mess some of these up. You have the bird people, you have the fish people. I don't remember who the second people were, but you have these 4 groups that come for humanity, and they have a similar concept to the heaven, hell, and the tree thing. And you see this whole repeated with Olmecs and Incans and Mayan and over and over and over. Now, why do they have similarities to Norse and Christian mythology if they're, when they have these same kind of figures where they have the good God and then this other evil God and these similar kind of mythological figures?
Well, now you're getting into what I like to call the fucking missionaria protectiva. All right,
sure, go ahead.
You have read the Dune series, right?
Sure.
Everybody's read the Dune series. You fucking better have read the Dune series.
I haven't.
All 23. I have all 23 or whatever. How many it is here somewhere?
So in there, the priest class, which is the magician priest class, which in there it's the Bene Gesserits. Nothing like the Jesuits or anything like that, but they go in and they implant in all the cultures stories. Okay, and then guide the culture, and that way what they're doing is when future events come to pass, they're able to direct them through the religion of the region, right? So while you're making these observations that you are of similar figures, let's make the observation that the prophet in almost every religion worldwide is blonde-haired, or either red-haired or blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and white as fuck.
Yeah.
The giants are all red-haired as well. That's
the thing. There's been many beings that have come. There's been many beings. Listen, it's hard to argue against the Sumerian tablets when you have How do you say it's wrong when we're going and arguing over like papyrus scripts that contradict each other? Like it's just like there's no consistencies in belief systems. You know, for example, like I was just arguing with like this guy's never going to accept a debate, but basically, like, you know, you're saying this Islamic dilemma is because it says hold true the people of the book, and it's saying that the New Testament has been corrupted. Okay, well, then there's a Christian dilemma too, buddy. Okay, because the Christian dilemma is the problem as well. You want to argue the Christian dilemma? Like, because everyone's interpreting the older book and putting their own twist on it. I mean, and if you know all three of them, that's why you can't take any one of them as the whole truth. That's the problem. Like, wouldn't it be easier? Like, I was talking to these Christians last night. I said, look, I don't have anything against Christianity. The idea to have a personal relationship with God is fucking fantastic. That sounds great. The only problem is that, you know, I just don't think you're going to ever find God praying to a man, like, or through a man other than yourself. Like, is that so hard for you to is that so hard to understand really, why someone would think that?
Well, really, the only thing that explains the kind of what this in my mind is either the ancient Civ theory, kind of where you have these like overlapping kind of arcs where they hit together with like with the red hair and the giants and the white kind of savior thing, or if the Nordics are aliens and they're coming down, and that's why we have traditional all these different things. So those are really the only two that kind of make sense. In that
instance, though, then the aliens would be the Norse gods. So these Nordics would be the Norse gods, and this is why that story exists everywhere, because really kind of odd that white guys are the prophets in all these different religions. And Christine,
and reptilians always
on. If you would have listened more carefully, we were talking about Isaac Newton, not Tesla, when not with all the works.
Well, in addition to that, if you look, you know, what's one of the other alien species that's always brought up, or you know, maybe they're the tunnel dwellers, are the reptilians, right? Well, reptilians are not looked favorably on in any of these kind of things. There's a few where they're okay, but generally the reptilians are like kind of like these sworn enemies to these kind of beings most of the time, which I find kind of interesting as well. So which I think kind of points to some sort of shared narrative at some point in our history. I'm not sure, like, what y'all think. What about that? What do y'all think?
We're going to go far afield on that. If you want to join us on more of these, Gibbs, I would love to answer it. But to do that, I would like to bring up my tree of life and explain the beings that don't live on our level. This is where you get the Norse idea of Midgard. Certain creatures exist on Midgard. That means they're at a certain vibration and we can see them. Our eyes see very little in the visual spectrum. Things can literally be right next to us and just as big as us and just moving at it, their cells moving at a different vibration, and you can't see it. We all know this by looking at like wheels, the way that all of a sudden they'll look like they stop moving and they're just doing this, even though they're going insane fast. Like, shit gets weird when it starts moving faster than you are. So we're used to dealing with certain beings, but when you're looking at the reptilians, I believe that those are more root type beings. So they're going to be underneath and they're just going to be one level off. So the things that are one level off, which when you're looking at the Norse tree, it's Midgard and then Asgard. Asgard is where the gods live, but there's other beings. That's not the top of the tree. Asgard is not the top. It's the level closest to us.
And we materialization, like vibration to materialize in some form. Lighter, higher, the proverbial higher is less matter, less material, like light,
less dense.
And then here would be like what you see. And then there's an underworld, right? And gods are in the underworld and gods are, but this is as old as it can get. Go ahead, keep going, Balderson.
But yeah, this is exactly what Shaman's saying, and so you have
because it's exactly the ancient Egyptians
and a less dense being, and those two closest to us, we can deal with them. Actually, the story of Balder was so etheric, he never went to the lower realms. So when he died, he went to hell, and now the idea is he's going to reappear. He's going to rise from hell at some point and become on Midgard, where then he will start the era of the new gods with Magni and Modi and Vidar and Vali, and that a new era of gods and monsters will start, because you can't, like Omar was explaining earlier, this is all You can't have an ultimate good without an ultimate bad. You can't have Hulk Hogan can't be this amazing thing if there's not an Andre the Giant for him to body slam at WrestleMania 3. You have to have that overwhelming force that you need to defeat.
Moment.
Yeah. Like I saw that. That's the first pay-per-view I ever saw as a kid. Like, yeah, that was a
well. I mean, if that's paralleled in Greek mythology, right? With which is a lot of people argue is the archetype for Christ. You have Dionysus, which is kind of funny because he's the god of wine, tits, and madness, and then he becomes, arguably Osiris, and then some people argue that he's Jesus, and what he does is he goes to hell or Hades,
exactly,
and Tartarus, right? And then he intercedes, and when he comes back, he has the ability to intercede on behalf of the living to the dead. Which is interesting because that's well outside what his wheelhouse should be as like the wine and madness god. But sometimes he'll intercede and talk to the dead, even though that you would think they would pray to Hades for something like that. But it's not
Admiral Gibbs trying to make this go deep.
Yeah, so he comes there and back, right? And so, which is interesting because once again, the Romans, I saw that my chat and Twitch was talking about how, the Catholics and the Christians don't really interact with Germanic tribes till, 3rd century or whatever, or maybe, I don't remember what century they said in my chat. However, the Greeks and the Romans both interact with the German tribes quite a bit. And the fact that you have the Balder myth, and then you have Dionysus, and they're doing nearly identical things. And we know Osiris comes later.
Exactly.
And then here's what you just said that was key is you talked about the great enemy. Well, I guess who's the great enemy of Dionysus in that case? It's the Titans, right? And the Titans, if you want to use as a stand-in, could be, I don't know exactly, I'm going to just say something, maybe I could be wrong. Could be the Ice Tribes, could be several different entities in Norse mythology, but they could also stand in for the fallen, the Nephilim. They could be the evil angels. They could be all sorts of different things if you really want to get down to it. I find that kind of interesting. Yeah, and that's how we were getting deep. We're talking about the occult history.
And here's the thing: the interesting thing.
It gets so much deeper. You don't even want to know how bad this is going to get. Where nobody's going to understand what we're talking about anymore.
Well, that's why we have in Balderson.
They got rewind.
No, but the Balderson. That's why the way that we unravel the peel by peel of the onion is the most eloquent way. The way that we peel the onion is the most important part. Not to sit here and show off how much we know. It's to like layer by layer peel it back. That's where it's going to say if we are actually self-mastered or not, or just like, I have something to show you. I can share. You know what I mean? And I think that's why I'm not doing this in my 30s. But if you correlate, like when you look at ancient Rome, right?
Start occult schooling until you're 40. So there's a reason.
Brother, that's what the Jews say. They say you're not allowed to read the Kabbalah until you're 40 years old.
I guess I do. Just call me Solomon. I'm going to go.
Yeah, bro. I was all over this shit since this is all I've ever looked into. Yes. That's all I know. I can't even count or read. But
I will admit that I probably was full of shit till I was 40.
Or you just make the assumptions because it takes a long time to gather. I mean, Manly P. Hall, the way he talked later in life was far different from his first writings. Like he was so excited to discover something. So here's the thing. The early Rome accepted the other gods because remember, Rome learned from the Greeks who learned from the Egyptians, right? And Egyptians didn't even fully fucking understand what the Egyptians, the Kemetic people understood.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying, is that actually with Dionysus, specifically Osiris shows up way later and then in the myth. And so they say he comes from the Dionysus histories, right? And then you see some evidence that, most of the time you are correct, where Egypt is the traditional older society. However, you do see some transfer between Greece to Egypt quite often, where they take something from Greece or the Greeks take something from German tribes, at some point, there's actually not any difference between the Germans and the Greeks. You can depend on how close is Macedonia to the Gaul, the Greek, and not Gaul, but Germanic tribes. And Gaul and Germanic tribes, Gaul is a Germanic tribe, right? They're just what turns into the French, right? So you have this thing. Then you notice, and this is kind of
they're the ones that Caesar was able to defeat,
right?
Yeah, Germania and Gaul are fighting at the same time.
what's really interesting is if you see the Phoenicians, right? The Phoenicians found Carthage, right? And you see them take over with Nuevo Carthage in Iberia. Well, the Romans adopted some things from the Carthaginians, specifically their armor and their helmet. But more so specifically, I think this is important, is you notice that after the Second Punic War, who were the great enemy that's been defeated? The one that scared them the most after the Gauls is the Carthaginians, which guess what? The Phoenicians are big turn into who? The Philistines, right? And that's Baal, and you have all these things back to where we talked about originally with this thing. So that kind of keeps the same motif as when you start having Christians relate to Romans and Greeks, where you have this enemy, and convenient that they already have an enemy. It's Baal. Which is a big Phoenician god, which so I find that very interesting as well, like that it's all connected.
Just 1 second for the chat, the housekeeping. The format of this show is just going to be the panelists for the time being. Actually, on this show today, Gibbs has got to go out. He's got a date with a very expensive call girl. And you don't want to miss that.
She's paying me, for the record.
Right. But afterwards, Omar and I will gladly stay around and answer questions, and you guys can come up and whatnot. And tonight the discussion is on the occult breakdown of Lucifer. Not a problem.
So everything that Balderson just said is I'm picking up from exactly what you just said. But with one little preface to what I'm saying, we are looking still at what we're saying as one half of the known world, and we're looking this way into what we call Europe, Gaul, Germania, etc. The other half of the world, where it would start at Babylon and Persia and so on, is not even discussed, because
that's very rude, because it is discussed. We were just talking about Ishtar and her. Who's not being discussed? The Native Americans in America. That's right. We're not talking enough about the Americans. That's the problem.
Well, I can get into that. I spent many years doing medicines with those with in Sedona with Hopi and so on. But anyway, here's what I'm saying. We have to look at Rome as two eras, right? There's early Rome. Once they became a superpower, first thing Caesar did was go to Egypt and try to get Cleopatra.
Break it down into the Caesar era and the Republic.
Yes. And when you look at Egypt, you have to look at ancient Egypt, which we have little to no right as Alchemet, which is where the science of spirit, alchemy, and the science of matter, chemistry comes from. Alchemet, which they call black magic, the word, but that's because Alchemet means because the soil around the Nile River was so rich, it was so brown, it was black. Okay. And that's why they say black magic, but it's magic from the black lands. Alchemet means the black lands. Okay. They looked at the spine of Mother Kemet as the spine of Mother Kemet, the body of the land of Kemet. Egypt, as we know, Egypto is a Greek word. That word started to be incorporated once Alexander the Great died, which started the Hellenistic period of Egypt, which is considered Middle Kingdom Egypt. This is where we call Old Kingdom Egypt, okay? So there's a gigantic part missing. The Hellenistic period is when the Greeks merged with the Egyptians, and this is where you have your Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, philosophy, the science of the mind. All these things came from there. When Greece fell and Rome, around the time of Caesar, then there became the beginning of what I would call the Roman Empire, right? Now, at that time, they accepted and recognized other gods. They did not have this, there was no Roman Catholic Church. It's hundreds and hundreds of years later, okay? So, but when the Roman Catholic Church became, at the time, the most powerful religion of the elites in Rome was the cults of Mithra. So all you have to do is, when you say Dionysus and Jesus, you have to look at Mithra, M-I-T-R-A-S, Mithras, right? The cults of Mithras, December 25th, the meals and the Sunday and the Savior and all that stuff. It's all Mithra, right? And that was also the bull, right? It's very, very, very old. But even at the time of first century Rome, all the military was involved in it, and all of the elites, to the point that to the time of Emperor Constantine in 325, Constantine and his mother worshipped in the cults of Mithras, right? at that time. It's not even controversial to say. It's very easy to pull this up, okay? And all his generals. And so when they created the Council of Nicaea and started to canonize this concept of what would be called Roman Christianity, it's very easy to see how what Gibbs was just talking about. They incorporated what they knew at those times. Now, when you look at the spread of Christianity going into the lands of Germania, going into the Slavic lands around, let's just say, 700 to 1000 AD, now you see their stories turning into what's now known as Russian Orthodox Christianity. And they're worshiping of various holidays. There's a reason why they don't worship December 25th. They worship January 7th, right? And so there's a lot of different variations, Eastern and Western. The Eastern and Western Roman Catholic Church.
The Northern was different because the Russian and Slavic derived from Constantinople. So they're called the something guard, the Varangian guard, and they fucking served Constantinople because they were impartial. They didn't care which side won, so they were more known to be loyal because they didn't have political ties in any way, shape, or form. Well, they did such a good job that they were basically given Russia. Well, in a fight with the Slavic tribes, some of the Slavic tribes slaughtered her name's Saint Olga, and Saint Olga.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with old Saint Olga. Let me tell you about her. She was a baddie and a bad bitch. She was the first.
Yeah. So Saint Olga went to Constantinople and then made agreements with that version of Christianity deriving out of Constantinople. And then with that brought also troops and went back to the Slavic lands and then slaughtered the fuck out of some Slavic tribes.
Yep. And even when all you have to do is when you're shown a painted picture of Roman Catholicism, right? All you have to do is study the history, because the theological differences between the Byzantine, Eastern Orthodox, Eastern Roman Empire, and the Western Roman Empire was dramatically different. The Eastern, which was like the Coptic, the Syriac, the Greek. The Western was Was this showing you East and West? And the Western was Latin. The Easterns had the Platonism and the Neoplatonism, and then the Western had more of the Aquinas, Aristotelian aspect of it. Even the writings, like the Nicene Creed, is different. By the way, the Nicene Creed was the Holy Spirit who proceeds from the Father, and then the Western said the Holy Spirit which proceeds from the Father and the Son. So they were never, at the time, they were never in complete agreement. And the same is true, by the way, to the Jews in Israel, because this unified Israel, King David to King Solomon thing, guess what? That's 70 years of total history. And you know what they did the whole time? Argue about theology. They never, ever one time agreed on exactly what Yahweh was and what it meant. And they were arguing, as I mentioned before, about the application and the worship of other Elohim. For example, like when we said Lebanon and Tyre. I mean, the king of Tyre was the one who built we were talking about Masons. The king of Tyre was the one who built the King Solomon's, the first temple. Right? And they worshiped Dagon. They had a different Elohim they worshiped, but they all recognized El. They all said the highest form of God is El, and they all recognized El Elyon, which means God Most High. And they had their own special God they worshipped. And just like the Greeks, you have you have the gods of Zeus and Athena, and then you have the higher, older versions, which are the Titans. And then you have the ones like us that were trying to understand the primordial gods. So there's always been this, as Balderson mentioned, the layers of things, right? And which in Hebrew they call simsim, like the constriction.
I want to go on even furthermore to kind of back this up, right? So you mentioned Tyre.
Good, because I was just backing you up.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Tyre here. Well, interesting. Tyre is a Phoenician kingdom, right?
Yep.
Or part of Phoenician, part of the Phoenician Empire, right?
Lebanon, current day Lebanon.
Yeah, which Carthage is, supposed to be the new city, for them when it's founded, right? It's like a new city, right? So interesting. I think part of this, and this is interesting because, the Second Punic War happens, I believe. Yeah, I got to pull it up here. About 219 is kind of when the start of it is, right? So that's about 400 years before we have this idea of them like combining Satan and Lucifer, right? However, what I think that's interesting is this kind of really takes hold in the Roman Empire. Why? Well, y'all mentioned that we mentioned earlier, Satan is like the term for like adversary. Now, if you're Paul, and I know how much Shaman loves Paul. If you're Paul or early Christians and you want to go and you want to preach to the Gentiles, i.e. the Greeks, the Romans, it makes sense that you can do what Catholics always do. This is pre-Catholic, so I guess they learned from the early church, which is take something from like the culture and apply it. Well, we already know that they have this problem with like Baal, and we have this problem with Aptar and all these things from the Phoenician religion. So hey, why don't we just put that on top of the Punic War story? This is the ancient god, kind of adversary. And like, it's not necessarily a direct thing, but it does fit this narrative and this mindset where you go, oh, we need an adversary, Lucifer, Satan. They're the same. They're the enemy of God, the Trinity. And Romans are much more willing to accept this because it already maps onto their held belief of, these basically descendants of the Phoenicians are evil. So like, hey, well, let's just fit this on. This is a great adversary. Rome was always Christian.
Geopolitics always played a part. Geopolitics
Exactly.
always plays a part in all aspects of the world. Yes, of course.
So yeah, I think that's kind of like interesting. I think that there's a very key aspect of this, like how the combination is directly related. I think to the geopolitics. Now, I don't think it's being discussed very much, when we talk about this overall. Most of the time, it's just like the epistemology and the linguistic kind of data. And I think also that we need to take into the fact like the cultural willingness to accept, because like in Mexico, for example, Day of the Dead, it maps onto Halloween nearly perfectly. It's November 1st and 2nd, right? And it maps on. So it's an easy concept for them to get behind these Christian beliefs, and which Halloween's a pagan one, but they map that on. Samhain, right? And so the Catholics map it on, and we see this over and over again with the Christians. And I think it's interesting here. I think that might have played something to do with it as well.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, and this is what I had a TV show called Odin's Alchemy, and this is what I did was break down occult things like this. So the way I look at the world, it's all one giant biochemical electrical system, and everything's about electricity. So the reason that these things all have to have kind of a similar theme or similar flavor with regional differences depending on the regional climates and things is because they just work a certain way. So when you look at what's called a galvanic cell battery, the way a galvanic cell is you've got a positive cathode, a negative anode, and then you've got a mercurial fluid in between. And what the way that this battery works, and this is basically any like normal car battery or anything like that, is the anode. Some of the molecules on the anode will break apart and oxidize. It'll actually come apart, and when this happens, first charge jumps over to the cathode. Your ground charge will jump over to the cathode, which will give the cathode just a slight negative charge now. And where it was more positive, now it's less positive, it's more negative, and this positive ion is going to slip out into the mercury. So anytime we're talking about a mercurial figure, whether it's Odin, whether it's Hermes, to some people like Jesus, where you're talking about the transition of souls, you're talking about the ion, and the ion has to go into the mercury and then be drawn back over to the cathode. And so you're riding through the river Styx, the mercury, you come back over to the cathode, you meet back up with your negative side, and the two remerge, and this is where we draw extra electricity from. And the cathode ever so slightly grows and the anode depletes. Now there's an entire world understanding a cosmology that you can build around that, and I have, and that's my entire talk at Flattoberfest, at the big international one in Vegas. But this is why all these different characters have to have kind of the same flavor to them, because things only work one fucking way.
Well, let me just get in here because I do have to leave here. I'm going to raid out on my side, guys, and leave the water con. I don't know how to raid out on YouTube, so I'll figure that out tomorrow. But guys, if you don't know, I talked to Balderson earlier today. Maybe it was today, yesterday. They all blur together. Well, I'm having some sort of conspiracy thing with the FTFE on Friday. So we're trying to get all the conspiracy people. So if you have a conspiracy, come find us Friday. And we're going to be doing that all day. It's going to be some sort of marathon. I'm going to start times posting my Discord. I'll give the Balderson. He can get it to y'all. It's going to be good. So y'all make sure. So for people on YouTube, y'all go to their either Baldersons or Shamans and go watch them there. I don't know. Otherwise, I rate them. But we'll figure that out tomorrow. But all right. Thank you so much, guys. I would love to come back for a future one. We could get into this. Y'all be good.
100%, Gibbs. You know you're always good, brother. We're going to be doing this every Wednesday, Gibbs.
All right. I don't know if I can do every Wednesday, but some of them for sure.
Well, you don't have to come up every Wednesday. Shaman, Omar, and I will be doing this every Wednesday.
Fantastic. Y'all know where to find him. All right, guys. I'm out. Y'all be good. Thank you.
With that, gentlemen, that's going to end the main show, and we are going to go ahead and drop the link. And anybody that would like to join us and ask questions that are about occult stuff, no politics tonight, gentlemen. Also, let's keep any sexualities kind of on, because we know you guys got a bent toward that. Keep that on the DL tonight. But I'm going to drop the link here. Anybody
have
that
some self-respect. Have some self-respect, because you'll look like an idiot under different panels. It's fun, but in this one, you'll look like a fool. I'm going to call you a fool. And you're going to embarrass yourself to the entire audience. Okay, so don't come here acting like an idiot, right? And don't expect to stay on the panel the whole time. You come in.
Trav, thank you for the jewels. Did you hear that?
Yeah. What is it, Jules? I have no idea.
It's on the vertical side. They do, instead of doing like a regular super chat, it does like different jewels and gold coins, and right there, gold coin, 10 jewels, gold coin, and then there's like different ones. I'm not sure. Thank you very much, though. They make it more gamish on there, so I chose to pull up. This is the sound of Sonic getting running through rings, getting coins.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
The Tyre, which is modern day Lebanon, which had different Elohim they worship, which had a great relationship with King Solomon, and who created the temple. They created what would later be called Carthage, and so by creating this colony, they also brought over their.
Oh, it's not worship. The vertical. And thank you, Linz. Oh shit, I didn't know. Okay, so that shows me up. Sorry, Omar.
No. So they had like the goddess Astarte, right? Which is also sometimes correlated to Asherah, but it's a distinct situation. This is like 600-700 BC, guys. Like, this is a long time ago. And later they developed their own like pantheon, right? So to the point that they had Baal Haman, which was like a deity of Baal, which is the older version of a precursor to Yahweh. That when they came and tried to conquer the lands that we'd call Israel, they were worshiping Baal, which is a storm deity, of which, like Yahweh, they appropriate a lot of the Yahweh story to Baal. And so later, when we're talking about this, the Roman, the Romans correlating the Carthage as evil, as Balderson was talking about, they were basically accusing these Carthaginians of like worshiping evil and child sacrifices, like the day of old. We have absolutely no history whatsoever of anyone that worshiped Baal sacrificing children, except for later Jewish writings that accused them of it, right? But they accused everyone else of doing everything evil too. There was some correlation between who's the other Elohim. Who's the other Semitic tribe in Canaan that worship the Elohim?
You're
that
obviously
worship
much more
children?
knowledgeable about Semitic
Starts with
things
the
than I
M.
am.
But there's one tribe that allegedly did some human sacrifices at some point, but that was it. The idea that they were all just evil child sacrificing pagans all over the lands of Canaan, and the 12 tribes came and cleaned house and brought them all to the righteous thing is a lie. It's not. There's no historical evidence that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to say you're the good guy. You know?
Well, yeah, nobody says they're the bad guys.
Actually, even more importantly, you don't even have to say you're the good guy. You have to say they're bad. So by default, if I'm fighting bad, then I must be. And it's more important to
I mean, we honestly see that, not to delve into politics, but we see that so heavily today into politics. We all know that nobody was voting for during the Biden and Trump year. Nobody was voting for Biden because they thought he was awesome. They all voted for Trump because or against Trump is what they were saying. You know, and then the same thing when the Harris campaign came up, they said, "Oh, well, we can't have Harris." Yeah, I recognize Trump's not great, but I couldn't let Harris be president. Like that's horrible. That's horrible. So that's a good point, Omar, that you don't really have to be great. You just have to make the other person much worse than you.
Yeah. And so it's funny that in basically when Hannibal was fighting Rome, they basically were accusing them of worshiping Hebrew gods.
Well, you saw this same thing played out when they decided it was time to get rid of the Templars. The first thing that they said, this is the only historical reference. There's another one that we need to go through, is the history of Baphomet. Because the Baphomet figure that was produced by today, why am I blanking his name? Elias Levi. Why the Baphomet presented by Elias Levi? Well, the very first and only historical reference before Elias Levi to Baphomet was the king accusing the Templars of worshiping a cat-faced god that was Islamic, and they said that this cat-faced god, so this a cat-faced god. Well, this absolutely doesn't match the goat-headed god with boobs and that hermaphroditic that Elias Levi presented. Thank you, Stinky. So that figure that Levi, who was a small hat, that he presented had no historical backing whatsoever. This was an egregore that he created that they're now claiming as an ancient god.
Yeah, he completely made it up. And by the way, the sabbatic goat concept is just like also correlates directly to like the woman's, the second chakra, which would be the sexual chakra, with it directly correlates with the bearded goat, right? Because they also demonize all like women and divine feminine paths and so on. So he was probably undercover homosexual.
Yeah,
most likely it's the chances of that is common, especially probably was a deacon. It
seems like in a lot of these new age cults, either they're homosexual or they're very depraved men that didn't get normal sex in high school. And so they just join these cults. And like, when you look at like Wicca, the actual history of Wicca in and of itself, the guy that started it, like, in Wicca in and of itself, men are basically glorified altar boys and everything's given to the feminine. And this guy was the head of it. And it was basically him just having a whole dommy mommy fetish. And he had a whole cult that revolved around a dommy mommy fetish. It was really pretty pathetic.
Yeah, it's usually something super, super odd and something that has to, some weird perverse guy who may not even like guys, who just wants like to have like, it's always something. There's always something. And the Baphomet stuff, like I remember the earliest I'm aware of that is like during that, right after that, they were claiming that they basically like kind of appropriated like pagan gods and said like these Muslims are over there in the Holy Land worshiping these pagan gods, Baphomet. We got to go over there and stop them. You know, like that's like one of the things they had going on. You know.
And like I said, that particular Baphomet that's mentioned in the Templar trials, when the king was making his accusations against them, that that whole deal was the king actually himself was a very powerless king, so he very systematically took out people with power in order to leave himself the most power, and that was why he had to take out the Templars. He owed them a bunch of money and they had a lot of power, and so he had to have them taken out, and that was a cat-faced god that didn't have any of the attributes that the today Elias Levi Baphomet had. This entire hermaphroditic concept has been pushed specifically by the Theosophical Society and their derivatives.
Yeah, so exactly. Someone, Gene Splice says, it says, and how it fits with the topic is Lucifer sums to 74 using ordinal values of the letter. Again, that even if something does, there's no correlation. You have to remember that is a Latin word of a Hebrew word. So you would have to look at the concept of Hillel into gematria, for example. Hillel, let me look it up. Hillel gematria, which would be like Jewish numerology, right? And so let's see. Okay, so it says Hillel is 75. Okay, so what does that mean? What is 75 in gematria? And it doesn't even matter what it says, because if there's a correlation, great. If there's not, there's not. Because again, the idea of you even understanding what Lucifer is completely made up. You must have missed the beginning of the show. Okay, 75 in Hebrew gematria. Words that equal 75. Hillel, Layla, which means night. Gilah, to reveal. Kelly, vessel. Okay, Elam, that's a play. Okay, so what? Okay, and Halil, which is praise. So, okay, what does that mean?
Oh, he's
and then
saying
again,
something about, he followed it up with the Statue of Liberty, with the face of the painting by Sir Thomas Lawrence titled Satan Summoning His Legions, also stands at 74 degrees west. So he's coming up with 74 in this, holding the tablet with July 474. Part of the reason that they aren't the same being, and a lot of these being crossovers happen just because of the level. And again, this is something that we'll go through the Tree of Life at a different episode and whatnot. But the level of let's see, Howard S. Ramberg.
Yeah, even like right
How are
here,
you doing, Howard?
Real quick, when you go into this gematria, right? For example, and I have put no real energy into it, but let me give you an example. So it says, according to gematria, you would have a mathematical properties of 75. They would say 75 equals 3 times 25 equals 3 times 5 squared. But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything, right? So you can reduce and add and subtract anything to equal anything, right? And so you have like the Bible code, and then you have like the Christian version of Bible code. You can correlate things together, but it's just piecing things together. It's a little schizo.
How's it going, Howard?
What's up, dudes? Am I can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, this is happening.
Fuck yeah.
You're here.
I am Howard 8888. I am fan of all you guys. But yeah, don't let me interrupt. And
no.
What's going on?
We weren't we were looking forward to hearing what you had to think, Howard.
Yeah.
So I kind of fell out of the conversation. What were you discussing just now?
One of the people in the chat had brought up gematria, but before that, we were just discussing the the way things are working. And then Omar was discussing the different histories of the Semitic tribes of the region and how this derives from Baal and things like that, how that their understandings derive from Baal and whatnot.
Yeah. So I don't give a lot of I don't give a lot of credence to gematria and stuff like that, but
Me either.
yeah, there's a lot to be said about different stuff.
Every big gematria speaker that I know talks like the Micro Machines guy or like Rob Noor, and he says 500 words in a 2-second space, and he's like, and they're like, look, 74 equals this and this and this, which equals 86, which equals this and this and this, which equals 94, which equals this and this and this. And you're just like, and it's a Gish Gallop. You can't actually stop and consider any of the individual things while they're talking because they talk so fucking fast. And I don't know why that is, but that's just every good gematria, big gematria guy, whether it's Marty Leeds or that guy that goes on Sarah's panel, they all talk so fucking fast that it's just insane.
It's part of the it's like the trick, like, oh, I'm this intellectual bro, like fucking, it's just a bunch of bullshit, really.
Look, some people have some people can look at math as art. Some people have art in the form of painting. Some people have art in the form of music, right? It's just that when people get into the math stuff or look at things mathematically, meaning like analytical, they're using like the right, they're using like masculine side of the brain to like analytically explain stuff. So you see it when you see these religious apologists like, well, in Romans 2 and also Leviticus 24, dude, so what? What is the correlate? You're correlating that they said apples are red here and apples are red here and apples are red here. That's amazing. But that doesn't mean they're on green apples. You know what I mean? And so you can take math and again, I know very, very wealthy, successful like Jewish businessmen who will if they call the person who's going to run the numbers on using gematria, which is like Jewish numerology, they follow it to a T, and they're and but at the same time, there are people who do that with all forms of numerology and cosmology and so on. Doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong in any way, but it doesn't mean it's entirely true. That's the most important part.
I've seen them do some wild stuff like Gene Splice is talking about. But
sure, again, you can add and subtract to make anything.
But it's they say it too fast. It's not something that I've ever actually just gotten into. And again, part of that's because they're saying things too fast. Like I've had personal talks with Marty Leeds, and he says 300 words to every 5 of yours, and you're like, I can't even follow this, dude. Like, you just said too many things.
Again, when you say, okay, Lucifer means 74. Okay, well, Lucifer is just the Roman word for Hallel, which is the origin of the concept of morning star, which you have your idea of this being Lucifer coming from. So that we already said that the being itself is made up. So what would it matter if the Roman translation of a Hebrew word correlates to 74 when the entire concept of the being doesn't make any sense? It's literally just a language translation. That's all. So I would be curious to know, which is it gematria are you using? Are you using 74 in some other form of something? Interesting. And then someone else wrote here, they said about the Statue of Liberty. Like, you have to remember, like, the Roman goddess Libertas, right?
Yeah.
The goddess of liberty. And then there's the Greek one. Which one's the Greek one? The Greek, because the French got it from the Greek, the French who gave it to us got it from the Roman goddess of liberty, which is Libertas. But then there was a Greek one who was an older version of the Roman goddess. I just can't remember the name. And then you say that's Lucifer. And by the way, there was don't forget about the entire history of whether Lucifer was a man or a woman. That's after the original story. So it's like, whatever.
Well, anything that's from the chaotic side, which the Lucifer being, or the light side, is going to be chaotic. So when you get to those higher levels, which according to that, it's a 7th level being, and that's part of why it has that many spikes and everything. That's going to be like an almost Loki for Howard and my culture. That's going to be a Loki level being where it because it's so chaotic, it can go through some really weird changes, and so you see a more feminized. And when you're looking at the breakdown of how things really work, the chaotic side has a more feminine aspect where you expect the feminine side to be more fiery and chaos like, and the masculine side's the ice cold side, the more stable side, and that's your Thor figure in ours. But this is part of why that kind of level of being always has like a feminine bent to it, because that's the chaos side of things.
Yeah, Stinky Paradox. You said the old Roman.
My wife's saying hi, Howard.
Hey, Christy. What's up? I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. I'm pretty a bit like nervous, but nah, it's okay. I can hang, you know. But
yeah, of course.
I'm probably not going to be on your guys' level.
Gorgeous, Howard.
No, but we're not. It does not about level.
Thank you, sir.
The thing is, we're just uncovering the mysteries, and half the stuff we're talking about, when you go deep enough, we don't know where it originated from. That there are dead ends and stuff, but the point is the journey.
Yeah.
None of us are trying to prove our religious perspectives correct. That's why we're able to just have a conversation, and none of us think that you're wrong, therefore we're right. This is not even a debate. You know,
that's the game of the fools. You know.
Yeah,
they are playing that game. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and the correlation, I'm just pulled it up here. You know, you have the Greek. I couldn't remember the name. The Greek one, I forgot it again. The Greek name of the god was Helios. Is it Helios?
Helios was pre-Apollo. He was the first sun.
Thank you, my cherry.
So that's one of the arguments that when we get to Greek, one of the discussions that we'll have, because Apollo is the current sun, the sun that we're dealing with, but then Helios was the first sun, and they try to mush the two together like it's the same being, but it's not.
Yeah, older and newer, and then the newer one, which was Apollo, became Sol Invictus in Roman.
Yeah. In Howard and mine, there's distinctly two different eras. So during the golden time of the gods, there is no sun and moon, and Odin and them go, and then they create the earth, right? They create the space that we're in. After he creates the space that they're in, then he takes the sun and the moon, which is Mani and Sol. It's a girl. The sun is a girl. The moon is a boy. And he puts them in the heavens as timepieces. Now, the original sun and moon are both chased by wolves. And so there's a tail, like you can imagine. Right. And so you can imagine like a comet tail. And they're being chased by wolves. At some point in time, both that sun and moon are devoured by the wolves. And we have so many days of darkness, and then when they return and the sun and moon return, they have no tail. There's no wolves chasing them. It's a different sun and moon.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because they need to merge the two. They need to take the older god and the newer god and merge it into one before they create a new one. And it's always a big empire who's trying to control the people, right? So Sol Invictus, but it's the same thing they did, because they had God the Father and Jesus, and what they do, they had to merge them together in Rome to create the same one God. It's the same shit. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to get to that when the Greek comes. What was I gonna say just before that about?
We were talking about how the sun and how there are different suns, and how. But yeah, you probably had something else.
When he was talking about all the changeovers.
Yeah.
Consolidations.
Oh well.
It's the consolidations. When Egypt is conquered by Rome, they have to take everything and merge it into one and import it in. When Rome falls in the East and Western, they did the same. It's all you see. It's the same. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And then you see overlap, right?
Well, Alexander the Great proved that, or is the most well known for it, that when you conquer an area, if you let them keep their holidays and you match their belief systems, basically, then and you just change the names of the characters, most people don't care.
Yep.
Nice.
That's why Rome did that the whole time. It wasn't until they said there's the Roman Catholic Church that they stopped allowing the pagan tribes that they ruled over to.
This is some pagan ass shit right here. You know.
That's nice.
That's good stuff.
I should be wearing this, but you know, yeah. Why am I not wearing this?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice.
Yeah, probably if you need to feel the power.
Yeah, you know.
I more
boost, you know.
I more often wear Irminsul than I wear Mjolnir.
Yeah. Mjolnir is just like kind of a common. Everyone uses it, kind of, but people.
Mjolnir is the name of the hammer, right?
Yeah. And from my perspective, that's actually the bottom half of the tree. And when you look at the handle of Mjolnir, then if you overlay the handle of Irminsul, that makes the entire tree. So the Irminsul is the top and the fruiting area, and the Mjolnir is the root and the bottom area. So you could put a Irminsul on top, and you would literally have an entire Yggdrasil.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you look at the stories, Thor is only allowed on the lower levels. He's too much of a fat ass to get onto the upper levels.
He's too heavy. Yeah, he can't even walk. He can't even walk on the Bifrost. He's too heavy.
Yeah, too much of a fat.
Yeah. he has to go through the ocean, and he's like wading through the ocean to get to places or some. That's in some.
Well, I mean, like that brings the story of the ferryman where he can't even get across because he has to go clear over to the fucking bridge that's miles away because he can't cross a simple river.
Yeah. I mean, the Norse stories are kind of, there's a bunch of conflict stuff, and like.
I didn't mean to leave you up there after you showed your pagan collection.
Thanks, but
really, it makes most people nervous when they're on by themselves, that they're in their faces by themselves. I didn't mean to do that to you. Yeah, for those that don't know, Howard is from Norway.
Yeah. I can you want me to teach you some? This is also an interesting thing. Like when I got into all this stuff, right? Like
when you
etymology
you were
stuff.
Born.
Yeah, I'm born in Norway.
In Norway, yeah, you're born. Yeah. That would be like saying that you being born in Norway and getting into like Norse mythology would be like being born in Saudi Arabia and getting into Islam. I'd expect it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
If you weren't in it, I would be shocked and surprised and, to be honest, disappointed. So go ahead.
I am disappointed in a lot of my Norwegian countrymen because they are just like atheists or secular Christians or whatever. And but I always had this like interest in mythology and all of this stuff. But like the etymology stuff, there's a lot of Norwegian words that have like interesting kind of like overlaps with a lot of things that are like very interesting in general. But like what was I gonna say? Never mind. But yeah, onward.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Norse and the Greek. Go ahead, Balderson.
I don't doubt why, and we call this. There's actually a term for this. I can't think of it, but it's a Germanic yearning for spirituality, and that's why atheism is so rampant because they don't find the spirituality in their in Christianity. It's just not there. The big twist in Christianity where you give up your responsibility to somebody else and they pay your price, that don't sit well with the Germanic spirit. We're very independent, self-reliant, self-accountable people, and it don't sit well with us. And they aren't going to find the spirituality in that unless they're crazy like Rocky. It's the fucking normal Germanics don't do that.
You know, the funny part is, man, if you like if you track, I've spent a lot of time looking at the DNA, right? If you track, like, if you were to put like the Norse gods and goddesses and then like the Greeks, right, and like line them up, they're like pretty accurate, right? And then you said, like, you think, where would they have da 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 da? And then, but if you track the similarities outside of story, you can track DNA. And so when you pull up R1A DNA and R1A1A DNA, then you can track from this Proto-Indo-European bullshit terminology, but the Aryans, and you can track through the DNA movement of where they went. So that DNA is all the way up in the Viking lands and all the way over to Siberia, and then you track from R1A. It's like, hold on, R1A is like 10 to 25,000 years or something, right? And then there's like the Yamnaya, for example, culture, right? Then there's like R1A1A. And R1B was through that mergers, right? So then you track where those went, and then you track like the stories of the creations and the gods and so on. So it's like, dude, like we can actually see the movement of people and the movement of stories, or the movement of our story. Wow, that's an image. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, clearly it's obvious who would win that, but in reality, I mean, I know which side if I have them both come into my kingdom, if each of those men came to my kingdom and tried to get me to get my young men to fight on their behalf, I'm choosing obviously the one on the left. But in reality, isn't it funny that the concept of the one on the right won? Kind of.
Well, it's honestly through females that it won, because it's a very feminine religion and it appeals to females because they have this. Females have a lot of guilt over doing hard things that you have no choice on, and they'll carry guilt on it like men don't. And so the Jesus figure is very appealing to women. So when you look at like even Eric the Red, and you look at characters like that, like when they came back from America, the Vinland Saga, when they originally came to the North America and then went back, his wife immediately starts a Christian church, and there's the guys in there. A bunch of the guys are heathens, but the women, they got the women to do that, and we let the fucking women raise the kids, and then the kids end up being Christian. And so this is part of why most cultures tell you don't fucking marry somebody that isn't carrying your culture, because then your kids get this other fucking culture that you don't want. And so our people basically got castrated with the Christian religion.
Yep.
Now I do
real quick. Hold on, real quick. So R1A starts with R1, and that's 25,000 years ago and past. R1A, which is the parent of R1A and R1B, is 22,000 to 20,000. Right, and then it moves on, right? So then the first, where we have like what we know is like civilizations, right? We have R1A1A 7,300 years ago. Here's where now we start to understand some sort of concept of timeline. So the European branch of R1A is between 2,900 to 2,300 BC. It's called the Corded Ware, which goes through Northern Europe, Vikings. Then it moves to the Slavic, Baltic, and Northern Europeans, and then moves all the way. And by the way, at this point, what's the name of the people that starts with the S that moved around? They had the first chariots.
Samaritans or Samaritans?
No, neither. Scythians, yes. So that moves all the way to Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and Baltics, right? This one R1A Z282, right? That's 3,000 years ago. then the Asian branch, right? Then you have the migrations and so on. So these are they're bringing the stories, they're bringing the concepts, and the names change, but the stories seem to remain the same, man. It's fucking wild shit because you can track where these branches came from. And then R1b is where the Slavics came from when they were breeding in with their it's wild shit.
Yeah, we're taking questions. Hop on up.
I came on here for two things. One, I just had to hop on here.
Chew bubble gum and kick ass.
I had to show support for the other two people that our ancestry basically all hail from fucking Norway, and even before that, so much love. But I am a Christian myself, you know. I'm not a what do you call it, Ben? I don't want to mispronounce your religion.
I'm an Odinist. Odinist.
There we go. Yeah.
Can I?
I'm not a.
Can I just shoot something in here? I wanna clear something up. When people are like a religion, I'm like I am not part of a religion. Okay, I don't think Ben is part of a religion.
Yeah,
but it is more like a generic way to circumvent a lot of like semantics, perhaps. Like I'm not like mythologies are more like stories you read and you lore, right? But to be we might just you like crap. You can say I and Ben we are like polytheists or pagans, I suppose. But like it's not a traditional religion of sorts. Yeah.
You know where the word you know where the word religion even comes from? There's no such word. There's no ancient word for religion. The first time it's used is in Rome in Latin, and it's called religio, and it means to bind. So there's no such they create, and then they apply religion to the whole fucking world and all the ancient history.
Yeah.
Well, I do know Odysseus. I don't know how to say that in a plural. Yeah, I do know they don't worship like traditional Christians or anything like that, because I was actually reading up on it, Ben.
Nice.
They more or less the gods show them the same respect they show them, so they don't really worship the gods the same way a Christian or a Jewish person might worship our God. Yeah, I was reading a little bit about that to figure it out.
Like literally, when I call out to Odin, it's not to beg favors. It's because I'm about to do something awesome and I want him to see it. Like, you know, like it's not about they aren't servant for us.
Hey, let me give props to Kraut. Let me give you some props, my brother, because it takes a certain type of person to have pure faith in something, but then allow themselves to like be interested in something else. Like it takes a certain level of but it's not you realize how not common it is, right?
Crowd is one of my favorite people on the panels.
We're in
Crowd, you're amazing, my man.
Yeah, I already asked Ben to put in a good word for me if it turns out you know, Odin is the god, and you know Thor, and I already told him to put in a good word in for me. You know, I share the ancestry. I mean, I'm 100% fucking. I'm
just kidding.
North European. Yeah,
he's just hoping that we're right, because he'd much rather get picked up by a big titty Valkyrie than some desert dude hippie.
Yeah,
no, that's the thing. No, the modern Christians are not getting picked up by anything that has to do with desert gods. They made up their own fucking heaven, and Christian heaven has like, you know, naked light beings with the wings and all that stuff. Chariots of light. There's no Jewish stuff with that at all. Jews don't even have even a concept of the same heaven that Christians do. Not
honestly, if I had to fall into a religion, because I don't really read the Bible, I said that on here before, because it can be translated or misinterpreted by men. But I probably more or less believe in the God that the Israelites believed in, because I try to live off of the 10 Commandments. So, like, I just say I'm a Christian to make it real simple. I don't fall in line with any of the what is it denomination. Like, I'm not a Baptist. I'm not all those other things. I went to those types of churches growing up.
You are what's considered non-denominational.
Yeah, non-denominational. Yeah, I chose.
Hey, Spin, you're freezing. You're freezing up a little bit. It's yours is choppy. Say something.
Anchor baby.
Okay, I heard you loud and clear. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. That came through loud and clear.
Oh yeah, something else I wanted to say.
Hey, Crown, real quick. Here's the interesting part, right? You can be a full-blown Christian. You can believe Jesus is God, and you can still utilize all the Norse gods because you don't believe that's God. They're forces.
Yeah. I mean, and if you know that, you know, there might be truth in everything, because I said it before on this panel a while ago. How did cultures that never had contact with each other develop this system, whether you want to call it a religion or a mythology, for lack of a better word, not to disrespect you, Ben, because I know you do believe in Odin and Thor and all that, but for lack of a better word, I don't know how else to call it other than mythology.
It's just the word.
Pagan heathen. God.
Well, when I said mythology, I you know, it kind of has an indication of it's not real, so I don't want to disrespect you and think that's what I'm saying.
You can just say religion and we all get it, kind of, you know?
Okay, yeah. So how did all cultures that never had contact with each other all have like a coherent understanding of forces? You know, the Greeks, they got their gods. The Egyptians, they basically got the same gods as the Greeks. There's some variations, and the Norse or the Norwegians and the Germanics, they all have the Norse gods. But yeah, I think there might be truth to everything, believe it or not. Oh, and Christianity really kicked off because of England. Me and Ben was talking about that the other day too. Like when what is it? Not the Saxons. The Danes came over to England, and they were fighting English, and then they decided to come together, and that's when Christianity really took.
Yeah. How do you think the Christians had the idea to go on a fucking Viking raid called the Crusade? Because the Vikings came and bred it in England and France and said, let's go on a fucking Viking raid. But we're not allowed to be Viking raids anymore like our ancestors. Now we're Christians. They go, fuck it, let's go on a Christian raid. And they said,
I thought the Crusade happened before that.
No, the Crusades were prior, and even actually the majority of the Viking era was Christian. So a lot of people don't realize that, and it's because the better stories are about Odin, and Jesus stories aren't great. So the Odin ones sound better, but by 900, the early 900s, the entirety of what was old Germania was entirely Christianized. Yeah. All the leaders were Christian. The Viking period is 800 to 1100. So we can say, we can definitely say that during the 700s, a substantial amount of the Scandinavian area was already Christianized. The Viking era, they were Christians.
The first crusade was 1096. That's what I'm trying to say. They were already converted and living in certain parts of England. They already had the wars. They already moved to France. They already moved to England. And about less than 100 years later at most, they're like, fuck it, man. It's fucking raid season. You know, they had to, they couldn't say let's go to a Viking raid. So they had to say let's go on a Christian raid. And that's the first crusade.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting part though, Kraut, with what you were just talking about. So obviously you said, like, you know who Yahweh is, right? The garden, the Jewish name for God, and right, and the one who spoke to Moses, right?
I thought it was the Jewish name for Jesus, but I know what you're saying.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what a Trinitarian would say. But
Father, Son, the Holy Spirit.
Yeshua is the Jewish name for Jesus. Yahweh means I am that I am, right? But here's the funny part.
Okay.
When the ancient, and this is in the Bible, when Abraham, even before before he even had a son to fulfill it, before even the prophecy of Genesis 12:3 happened, when just God talking to Abraham, which, by the way, God's name was El Shaddai, not Yahweh. Interesting thing, different spirit's name. But when Abraham is told, Abraham, go this way and check out this land, there were people there, dude. How ironic. And they were called the fucking Philistines, right? And Palestine is Palestine's English, because the Arabic word would be Philistine. So when they go, there's no such thing as Palestinians. Yeah, you're playing semantic games, But here's the funny part: all those people in those times of Abraham worshipped a storm god called Baal, right? Baal. And here's the best part: who's Yahweh? Well, according to Deuteronomy, Yahweh is he who rides on the heavens. According to Isaiah, Yahweh rides on swift clouds. And according to Psalms, Yahweh exhorts himself and rides on the clouds. So the storm god of Yahweh was an appropriation of the power and the understood position of Baal being a very big Elohim, the biggest one of the times of the lands of Canaan. So you see how like characteristics. So if you were to correlate and say, okay, storm gods, okay, so storm gods, and who's usually associated with storm gods? It's always mountains. Where does Zeus live? And then you can also now go, storm would mean wind, and wind is the skies, and the skies and the power. So if you were to go outside and like throw your blessing into the sky, you have to have something carry it. So maybe you throw your blessing into the wind. Or maybe, you know what I mean? So you see how when you go back far enough, it wasn't about like personifications. It was about understanding of forces of nature and primordial forces of creation.
Before I hand it over to Clay, and welcome, Clay.
What?
I want to, I was hoping you'd be here earlier. Do you think that then they had to mush all the Lucifer, Satan, and even Beelzebub? There's other characters that I've seen mushed into the group in order to also justify the way that they took all the God characters and made them one character. That was toward you, Shaman, and then I was going to pass it to Clay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a correlation from everything. Like, if you look at the primordial forces of creation, whether it's through today's modern science lens or all the way back to the oldest, they're the same. And you can like subdivide it, but there's going to be like basic categories of things. Like, as my friend and Christian scholar Tudor Alexander would say, there's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, Crow says that all the time too. Crow 777.
It's true.
Great point.
Clay. Glad you made it.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. I'm
Clay.
here to pick a fight.
Good evening.
I'm here to pick a fight with my good friend Ben.
Oh, it's me again?
Careful.
Oh, shit, I've had a hell of a week. I must be the heel this week.
Obviously, you guys are on a different subject tonight, and I don't want to necessarily deviate from the topic or whatever.
Yes,
but I was thinking, no. Actually, I don't. What I'd like to do, I think, would be a better use of that specific fisticuffs would be a debate.
Ooh.
Ooh-ee.
You want to set up a debate? Is that we're saying? You want to have a date, Clay?
I want to have a date.
You.
Sure.
All right.
I'm paying.
All right. I will go on a date with you. You're too sexy.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's the beard.
Damn.
It's the beard.
Yeah, it is.
And when would you like
Challenge accepted.
It's
Challenge
it's Odinism, modern Odinism.
Can I, Clay?
So-
Can I just mention something? So Odinism is kind of specific, right? It's Odinism, and Odinists kind of just fuck with Odin, not the other gods at all. So it's like kind of strange, but it's like yeah.
Yeah, we're not Asatru. Asatru.
That's okay because he only fucks with Jesus, so it's even.
Yeah, that is true. Asatru is they are the followers of the Asir, and so they follow all the gods, and I only I recognize the other gods, and I have all the respect in the world and love for them. I am a follower of Odin for sure.
Yeah, but Clay accepts all of the other prophets and the Hebrew prophets, but he takes Jesus's words over theirs. So it's pretty even, actually. No.
Yep, it is.
Go on, Clay.
So my claim is that you're not a real Odinist.
Oh shit.
Oh
man.
Damn.
Oh shit.
That's like somebody saying we're not real Christians, Clay. I hope you know that.
Well, we'll have to hear
Clay's
Clay's claim. We'll set up a date after the fact. I'll hit you up on Facebook Messenger, Clay. We'll set up a
perfect.
You know what it always goes down to
I'll
is
wear my
would you
nice
sacrifice?
clothes.
Would you kill in the name of your belief?
I think it'll be glorious. It's all in good fun. Obviously, I'm gonna come with my points, but we're gonna have fun with it. I'm sure you'll poke at me some. I'm gonna be jabbing, just so you know.
my thing was, I do declare Ben will be doing more than poking. I know him very well.
Better bring your warhammer.
That's Thor. That's different.
Exactly. You know the
he's trying to trap you into worshiping a different god on this one, so you can bring up the evidence. He gets you to say, "Bring your hammer." Like, I'll bring the hammer. You're like, see.
Can I be a part of this one? I just want to sit there and laugh when you and Ben tear each other up. That's all.
No, Spin, you moderate
the
it.
Germanics were actually famous for they had a style where they would fight with each other. And the trick was to fight your hardest and have a true battle, but also have the self-control to not truly hurt the other person in a damaging way that would make them lesser. And so you were out there giving it your all, but also still trying to understanding that they're one of yours and that you don't want to actually cause them permanent damage. So this was a very famous thing, and I'm all for it. Iron sharpens iron.
Warriors were training with those, just like how a boxer, a kickboxer, you can do jujitsu with someone on the same level, and no one's going to get hurt. You can go full blown without, it's called pulling punches, right?
Yeah,
and not stiffening up at the end. So people knew how to use those weapons. Here's the interesting part, right?
I can run you through with a sword, but I'm not going to
assassinate with me. Right? If I would take it back to the Hebrew Bible, and when God told Cain and Abel, "Come with your sacrifices, and I'll gauge how serious you are about me," that's what I would think. So what we need to do is summarize the point, and each of you come with your sacrifices, and whoever is willing to sacrifice in the name of their God the best, then that's who I think is serious. Like if Clay comes with a small bird and Benjamin comes with a fucking horse, like debate's over. Like, but if Benjamin comes with an ox and Clay comes with a fucking human, now we have to have a debate about who's more serious.
Here's the reality.
That part, Omar.
Here's the reality. Ben's gonna come with an alpaca.
That's
valid. It's not even about size; it's quality of what you're willing to sacrifice.
War pack.
Like if someone comes with one of their own children, right, then we know they're not fucking around.
Hey, look at my cat, Ben. What up?
Sacrificing.
Nice.
My old kitty cat.
Very nice.
Here's sauerkraut. Here is the irony of that situation. Ben has more pussies than you. Okay,
that's true.
There's proofism of that.
Yeah.
Yes. There's your motherfucking proofism.
Well, hey, speaking of debates, real quick, I just want to point out Sarah is going to host a debate when she's back from Vegas between me and Spin on tariffs.
Oh, dang.
So everybody watching, you can tune in to either me,
who is anti-tariff and who is pro-tariff.
I'm pro-tariffs all the way.
Ben is anti-tariff.
I would guess that. I would guess that for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Ben, I'm going to do.
I would have also guessed that. It was just further proof that Spin is actually a liberal.
Shut up.
Ben,
Ben. I love you.
I'm
but
gonna
shut
do
the
what
fuck
you
up.
suggested when I had that debate with Real Talks, where I had good points, but I didn't bring up actual statistics. So I'm gonna bring up statistics.
Kraut, what did I tell you?
Let's say it's a debate. Save it for the debate, gentlemen.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
Hold yourselves.
Yeah. You don't see me and Clay having at it, and he just called me out. We know we have a date. We have a
Kraut,
date. We
show
both
us.
get dressed up nice and get put on our
Kraut,
stink
show us
on.
that picture. Clay, did you see this picture and get inspired for your debate concept? Show it. Yeah, there you
Which
go.
one?
That one.
Oh no, I've seen it.
That's the image. That's the image.
Good. Oh my god, that is so good. Oh yes.
Hold up.
I mean, I thought you saw that and thought that would be a great debate.
No.
I gotta ask you a question,
Lean out of the way
Shaman.
a second. Lean out of
Lean
the way
your
a
head
second.
back. Lean your head back, Kraut.
Oh, my fault.
Bro. I love it.
We'll have to borrow that for the debate. We'll have to borrow it.
Oh, Shaman, I gotta ask you.
Oh, yeah, Kraut's back.
Oh,
No
and
worries.
by the way, actually,
was
Jesus
kinda
is
scary.
supposed to be holding a sword, just so you know, Kraut. Not a cross.
I can alter it, but so
Yeah.
did you
Well, I
know?
mean, the cross is kind of swordly in that particular
Yeah.
picture. He's just not holding
thing
the
is-
hand.
He's
That's
holding
made
it
of
by the
wood,
blade.
that's gonna
Yeah,
sword.
he's holding it by the
for-
blade.
Upside down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Work
it's
real fast.
Jesus. He can do what he wants. He can hold the sword any way
You're
he
right.
wants.
You're
but-
right about that.
Come on.
You know, I don't offer Ben very many compliments, and this is out of source that I'm ready to. I'm sorry. The thumbnail that you made, yes, it was very tasteful. Kraut, you might want to take some
Thank you.
lessons from Balderson on making thumbnails. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, I digress.
Thank you very much. I was super proud of that one. I was like, wow, this is the best thumbnail I've ever made by far.
I've been making thumbnails.
I say that with all sincerity.
Mustard.
Yes.
Hey, someone says
I taught you well, you know.
He did show me how to use
Listen,
ChatGPT.
Listen, he gets up on panel. The first thing he fucking does is flip me off and say, "Oh, that was for spin," and I could not.
I didn't want anybody else to think it was aimed at them. What's up, Asgaroon?
I could not retort against Ben. Hello, Asvaroon. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You know, not to take the topic away. Howard, my proofism is roll it the fuck back, and he flipped me to fuck off. And then
Gotcha. Yeah.
and
Onward.
then he announces, "Oh, that's for spin." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." I needed my daily dose of sarcasm from Ben. Hey, but Ben, that image that I did send you today, I challenge you to top that, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. No, your trailer.
Yes, sir.
The
Oh,
not
you got to
fake
see it too?
image.
Yeah,
No,
that looks
I
good,
have to
don't it?
admit, oh God, Clay, I almost fucked up.
I noticed he
Clay
didn't
was the
send
first
all the
person-
sides of it. I presume that the grinder tag and all that's on the one side, and this is now.
No, let me tell you what I did. One day you were using your grinder, your actual grinder. So I took a screenshot of it. Yes, that's it. I took a screenshot of it, and you know, I'm making this image for you that I'm going to plaster on the side of the trailer, and it's going to say Balderson's Muse, M-U-S-E, Balderson's Muse.
Damn. Here is my version of the grinder.
The grinder.
We are there now. Now it's gotten gay
I'm
officially.
sorry.
Yeah, it's gotten a bit
I'm
little
sorry.
bit
Well, I
gay.
mean, actually, this is about cannabis. My grinder is for cannabis.
I thought you guys were talking about
actually
the.
going to
Yeah, I
put
know.
Come
Look,
on,
yeah, I got
Noel
I
on
thought you
our-
guys were talking about the homosexual app.
He was teasing about, you know, that's Balderson's grinder. You know,
okay. Because I was like, these guys have actual beef.
Well,
no,
you know, there is a grinder profile, grinder.com #Balderson. So
it's not Benjamin Balderson. That's why I put the Benjamin there. See Benjamin.
Well, it says Jarl Balderson. So I had to think we'll have to work on your spelling of things.
So Spin, just to correct you, there's no J sound in Scandinavian. So the J sound is something else. We don't have a Y character. So the J is pronounced ya. So that's why you get that yippin Yemenis. It's Jarl.
Yeah, just say
whatever the fuck it says. I fucked it up. I take responsibility of it, but Jar sounded funnier.
Right?
Fair. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Yeah,
I am going to send you that fucking thumbnail so you can laugh your ass off.
Yeah,
hey Kraut.
Yo.
You had a question earlier, kind of like, how does all these religions have these things in common, despite being like different denominations of like mythology,
without having contact with each other?
Yeah. You kind of have to go off on the beaten path to like explore ideas about like what is energy, what are intelligences, and I think all these people came to the same conclusion. Like you go into a temple, some sort of ritual happens, you do drugs, and then you connect with a certain vibration, right? And you can kind of like recognize that. You can kind of put a label on that vibration, right? But then other people, because humans are humans and retarded, of course, right? So essentially you have all these people being like, oh, but this is this guy, and meanwhile that vibration doesn't give a fuck, right? But there is like what am I getting here? What am I getting at here? It's like these are gods or whatever, spirits, and we like, because we are retarded, we like to put up all these like human cultures just form naturally, right? And then that formed culture is a reflection of that people in that place, right? So they connect with the same vibration across the world, but they have their own interpretation, right? Yeah, onward.
I get what you mean. Clay, check out the picture. How's that? Or
does that track at all? Like,
oh, I see. Yeah.
All right. It doesn't need to be a great sword or anything like that.
Kind of translate that. What I got from that is that certain phenomena exist around the world, and it may be different in one region than it is in another. And so each culture is trying to describe what they're seeing and the way their world works. Yeah. And there are similarities because the world works the same everywhere. It's just there's little regional differences based on climates and geography and that sort of thing. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's about right. But the vibration doesn't change, right? But the but the humans,
so there's something that's the same. Yeah.
So but then like you can have a people who contacts a war god because it's convenient, because they want to go to war and stuff. And then you basically have countries worshiping the same thing, but calling the other guy like wrong or something, right?
Yep.
But essentially, this is where occultism enters the picture from like just regular kind of like historical, religious, geopolitics, and all that stuff. But yeah, essentially, it's just like, how do we? And it's kind of weird. Gets like to weird science, and like occultism is like just basically how you scientifically interpret a mystical thing or phenomenon. And you can't really do that. So we are basically doomed to just do this thing forever, where we have all these interpretations of whatever the fuck, and then we disagree, and until we collectively just stop being retarded, and then I don't know.
This reminds me of the. Have you ever seen the Santos Bonacci when he talks about the concussive sound series? Where he has a list of a whole bunch of cultures where they have the same concussive sound in the same word. So you can take this idea like a drum, like the word concussion, I suppose, and that same concussive sound that you have to verbally make to make the word exists in all the words. The words are different, but that sound exists in each of them because that vibration is an expression of that sound, so it needs to exist in all these different words. Is very interesting.
It sounded like you just described the Thune in Skyrim, the way of the voice. I hope somebody, at least one person. Okay, Clay, you know what I'm talking about. Tell me he didn't sound like a graybeard right now. It's actually, it's funny. It really is. Clay, you know what I'm trying to say?
No, I really was not paying attention, but I was going to tell you that the sword. Here's the thing about the image of Jesus as a warrior. There's a couple of things. It's the sword. He's holding
the sword now. He fixed you up. Clay.
He's holding it in one hand, and then he's also riding on a horse. So that imagery is the Jesus.
He's not holding the sword with the other hand. It looks like he's.
It looks like he's holding a cloak of some sort, right?
Or maybe a scroll. See the end of it. See like maybe a scroll at the end down there.
So it's not bad, but like you could even fine tune it a little better.
He's about to pull out the 10 Commandments and smack Odin with it.
Yeah, but the problem is that's Jesus coming back in Revelation, which is also the way the Muslims believe Jesus is coming back. It's identical, but the problem is that Jesus on earth didn't even pick up he didn't pick up a sword.
Right. So I got a question for
Ben. I agree, Jana. Jana, that this is Jana. Hi, Jana. This is you can see that WH sound, and the spirit of each of those words is that it's a questioning thing. What, why, when. There's that would make that a questioning type thing. One of the more interesting ways to understand that is if you've read the Silmarillion by Tolkien, where everything on earth, like the table, there's actually a sound which is basically like music. That is the real name of that table, because that's the vibration that pulled into that made that table. That's what like formed it and shaped it. Yeah.
So you basically have like 2 billion Christians and 2 billion Muslims. That's 4 billion. That's half the earth that believes Jesus is going to roll back from the heavens with a sword and I guess the scroll in the other hand and slay something. And so half the world believes this, by the way. So it's like pretty strong, the abracadabra is very powerful. So if think of it like this: if all of a sudden half the world started praying to an ancient like Vedic god or goddess, guess what would happen? In the material and in the immaterial thought planes, this thing would begin to exist again in the plane of thought, in the mental planes. That's how this whole thing works.
Yeah. Egregores.
For anybody that doesn't get the AIDS thing, right before the AIDS epidemic kicked off, there was a chocolate bar that was a diet chocolate bar, and it was called AIDS, AIDS, so and there's commercials you can find for it. And after the AIDS epidemic, those commercials are hilarious because ladies like, I lost 36 pounds with AIDS. Like you're like, oh shit.
That was so funny.
I still have that commercial, by the way.
Oh,
I showed my wife, and she's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, and Snuffles actually took as a child had a weight problem and took AIDS. So Snuffles had AIDS to lose weight.
Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah, that was that advertising campaign was very short-lived. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
The ad came out, and then the AIDS came out, and they said, "Oh no."
Hey, Omar, I got a question for you, if you don't mind, because you're highly intelligent.
Oh Lord, this will be good.
So, my thing is about the Greek gods, right? The Golden Age. As far as I'm concerned, they are the only ones that gave up on humanity, right?
The what? The Golden Age?
Yeah, well, the Greek gods, Zeus, Poseidon, Hercules, demigods, that's the only religion that has actually given up on humanity and said, we're going to go to Mount Olympus, right?
I don't know if that's how...
Every other religion is like, oh, he's our savior, he's this, he's that. But Zeus literally abandoned humanity.
Yeah.
Well, Zeus was also a motherfucker, wasn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Lots of mothers.
Yeah,
all of them.
Well, I'm just curious because you study a lot of religions. I'm just here to learn. I'm not here to debate.
So the problem I think Omar's having is the way you worded your question, because there's actually not that many religions and those religions don't function in the way that you're describing. Actually, there's not that many religions that have a savior figure that goes and lives amongst the people. That's honestly mostly reserved to the Messianic Abrahamic religion.
Zarathustra.
But you see what I'm saying? You name two. We can name 2 out of thousands.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Yes. Here's why I said. Here's the point. You have to look when they say, when you look at the biblical story, for example, of the Tower of Babel, right? So they say that man became very egotistical to think that they were going to create a tower to go live amongst the gods, right? And then in the story it says, look, it's not long before they are amongst us. They said, come, let us confuse their language forever, right? And so the punishment of this was that the gods, the Elohim, the same Elohim in Genesis that created man, also decided to confuse the language, because everyone on earth spoke the same language until the gods got mad and bang, right? Now, you could also look at it as the historical Babylonian concept of the story, which was that the gods got mad because humans were starting to create, and the esoteric aspect of it was they were trying to create a tower, meaning like a cover, so they could convene with the Most High directly and limit the interference of these lesser gods, the Elohim. And the punishment was to confuse their language. So my point is, if you want to say Zeus is good, you can say he enforced justice and he protected the weak and he created life, meaning humans. But if you want to say Zeus is bad, you can say he's a fucking predator. He had massive levels of cruelty. He crushed entire civilizations, crushed entire cities for the smallest of things.
But where I'm having a weirdness with it is like the Mount Meru and the Mount Olympus. That concept exists in a substantial amount of in Odinism. It would be Yggdrasil, where the gods live in fucking Asgard, and the people live on Midgard. So it's a tree rather than a mountain, but the same exact concept. So that concept exists in a lot of cultures, is where I'm not understanding.
But
I understand why you're calling Zeus a cunt. I get that.
No. It depends on how you look at it. No. I don't personally care. I'm just trying to say that, Zeus lives in Mount Olympus. That's his home. So he's not destroying that. But all the other stories about him destroying other cities and this and this, and like sleeping with women. You know, it's just an interesting. So you can go either way with the perspective, but you have to remember that even the most learned Greeks at those times, when they were worshiping and creating temples to Zeus and Athena, they understood that those were the lesser gods. And if you read the story of how the Greek gods took power over man from the Titans, their parents, and you see deceit, you see manipulation, you see corruption. So the way that according to the Greeks, that the gods of, remember, and the gods is lower, Titans. So it goes primordials, then it goes Titans, then it goes gods, and then it goes man. So if you go even look at how the gods became gods by tricking their parents, the Titans, I mean, what do you expect once they get power?
Well,
they didn't really trick the parents.
72 virgins.
In Greek mythology, they didn't really trick the parents. Kronos was eating up all the brothers and sisters, like Poseidon, Hades, and like the three sisters. And then Zeus was fortunately saved and raised off like an island or some shit like that. And then he came back and he freed his brothers and sisters and waged war. They didn't.
He killed. It turns out that they were still alive inside Kronos and in the slaying of Kronos.
So he never killed them, correct?
Right. Well, so they weren't dead, but they were trapped inside of him somehow.
Yeah. But guess who did it? God. That's my point. We have to stay consistent. If those are the gods who created them, then from Zeus's created perspective, oh my God, my brothers and sisters. But maybe he didn't know enough about his creator to know. Maybe they're learning inside. Maybe. My point is that we give all these excuses for one God, but then we blame him the other one. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're not consistent on a human scale. Like here's obviously we're going to side with Zeus because Zeus walks around and carries shit like us, you know, and the Titans are presented in a certain way. But, you know, similar to the story of...
Oh, I don't take the Zeus side over the Titans at all.
No, I know you don't. I'm talking about... I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people like, for example, you know...
I'm not taking any side. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I'm not talking about anyone here. I'm not talking about anyone here. I'm talking about all people. We watch stories, we read books, and even the ancient Greek writers were still worshiping in temples to these gods and bypassing the Titans because the gods freed us from the Titans, right? But did they? I mean, you know, and then what are we doing? We're over here sacrificing animals to the gods too. We're fucking killing humans for the gods as well. So it's almost like an interesting thing.
BBN, I am happy to let you up. We'd like to hear what you think, but you've got to show me your picture. Show me you're not waiting to show us your nether regions and such. So I got to see your face for just a second, and then you can go right back off camera. You don't got to stay on camera. I'll be the only person seeing it.
Hey, what's the story, guys? What's the story with? I can't remember. It's where the guy. It's a Greek story where he slays the beast, but then they later write the story of the beast. One
of the interesting reversals I've heard from the Greek is the story of Medusa, where in current world they make it like Medusa cursed or Medusa was cursed and that it was out of hatred by Athena. But there's a reverse story to that where Medusa actually had been so beautiful that she was abused by the gods and was powerless to help herself. After what Athena gave her, even the gods could not face her. She had the power to freeze the Titans.
Sleeping Beauty and Maleficent, bro. What's the old one though? It's with the warrior that fights that beast. What was the
warrior Perseus? Yeah.
They made a movie about it, and then they made
that's movie. Perseus.
Who did he slay? What's the beast?
He sees the Kraken.
No. Oh my God. There's a movie. It was made with the same CGI 300 where, hold on, Greek.
You're talking about Wrath of the Titans.
Yeah. That's
no. Talking about that's another that's another perfect example. I'm talking about a specific story, not Pandora. Oh my God. It'll come to me. It's the one beast. It's like the beast, and then
The
guy
Minotaur.
No, it like
Minotaur.
Damn it! I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I'm
guys.
just reading chat.
No. It's mid movie. They always make it the one way, and then they made the reversion of it.
Well, while you think of that, Ben,
Yeah.
so I heard the two stories, but the general, the first thing I heard is basically Medusa was either being abused by Poseidon or she was trying to seduce Poseidon, and Athena had a thing for Poseidon. So she said,
Zeus, you
no, it was Poseidon. Medusa tried to sleep with Poseidon, and Athena didn't like that because she was digging Poseidon. So that's when she cursed Medusa. But there's, like I said, there's two different stories on that. It's either she tried to seduce Poseidon or Poseidon abused her, and Athena, either way, cursed Medusa.
But the curse is looked at. The curse, that's you got to go out and come back in if you can't hear anymore. That's just a phone thing. It's because of Streamyard. The curse is only looked at as a curse in one of those stories, though. In the other story, it's not a curse. It's actually now she has a defense against the gods, because where she had been sexually assaulted and abused and wasn't able to do anything to help herself. The Medusa figure, then once she was given that power, even the Titans couldn't stand up to her power, so she was never abused by the gods again.
Okay. Ben, I have a question. It's probably a stupid one, and I should probably know the answer to this. But Thor.
You're a liberal.
Fuck you, Ben.
I didn't say that, actually.
Oh, whoever said it. Fuck you.
I mean, it sounded like something I'd say, so I'm not hating.
Sorry,
but
it's not Greek. Beowulf and Grendel.
You're talking about Grendel?
Yeah, that's Norse.
Everyone's taught Beowulf, and then the Grendel comes out, and you're like, oh, there's two sides to the story. And you can pass your own judgment, of course, but it's interesting.
Yeah, that's
that
Norse.
whole story is fantastic.
Yeah, it falls into Norse.
Yeah,
or Irish mythology, I think.
Yeah,
Danish.
Why
can't I hear anything, dude?
You've got to go out and come back in.
Close StreamYard completely.
What were you saying about Thor?
No, it's just the point of the main, for the majority of the history of the world of that specific story, we have one perspective, and then you realize, oh my God, there's the other side. There's the Grendel, and then that's a completely different perspective, right?
Right.
Or Snow White and Maleficent. So then you have to understand both sides, and then you can pass your own judgment.
But Spin had a question real quick.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm here, brother.
Thor I remember Disney books about Thor.
Sure.
Does that have any correlation to the god, or was that a fictional tale?
Yeah, pretty much everything that is put out in mainstream is very fictional. It's I'm afraid that most people have the Marvel Thor has a lot more mainstream knowledge than anything that actually is Thor derivative.
Okay. I mean, listen, you see all this shit and you hear similarities, but it's never propagated properly, if that makes sense.
100%. 100%. And I do agree with
is the actual hammer or mallet or whatever the fuck they
Mjolnir?
Yes.
Mjolnir.
Is that like is that an appropriation from your belief?
No, that one's true. Mjolnir is a weapon that's made in a contest between two different sets of dwarves. It's a thing that Loki had instigated, and the winners of the contest was the dwarves who made Gungnir and Mjolnir. And Mjolnir, actually, Loki tried to ruin Mjolnir. So Mjolnir was supposed to be a two-handed hammer and be much more powerful than what it was. But Loki turned himself into a gadfly and kept, it was two brothers, one pumping the bellows and the other one working the steel. And he bit the one. Yep, exactly. And he bit the one working the bellows in order to mess up his rhythms, because you had to keep the steel at an exact temperature in order to do this magical working.
You want to hear something funny? Our U.S. military had a project. It was called Project Thor, and they created the weapon, and it was called rod of or rod from God, and it's this like big ass tungsten rod that they're basically put in a satellite, and they'll just drop it from the satellite on a country.
Fuck me.
I swear to you, go look
That's
it up.
That's like a fucking asteroid hitting.
Rod of God.
Oh my
go look it up.
God.
I heard something about that, but real quick to touch on what Ben was saying, you can actually blame Loki for the entire thing with Ragnarok, whether it was because of his two kids. I guess what's her name? Hela. That she rules Helheim. I don't think she was really involved in Ragnarok, but the wolf Fenrir and Jormungandr or however
Jormungandr and Fenrir.
Yeah, they're Loki's kids. They're responsible for Ragnarok, and even Loki fucking with the other gods indirectly calls Ragnarok.
So you got to look at that from both sides. Loki was the god of chaos and a chaotic god. And so when they weren't at war and they were at peacetime, basically, Loki was a pain in the ass rather than a benefit. And we all have friends like that when you need something, they're there to get something done, but they're kind of a pain in the ass otherwise. So you look at a time where they really get nasty with Loki, really very nasty with Loki, and it's very uncalled for. And they turn their back on him. And so he turns his back on them also. It really what a person needs to derive from that story is that your friends that are a pain in the ass are still your friends. The only time when Loki takes a really nasty bent is after Odin kills Howard, who's the witch that's money? Golveg. Odin kills Golveg a third time. And he gives Loki the heart because 3 times Odin killed Golveg and 3 times Golveg reappears. And he gives Loki the heart to dispose of it, and Loki's dumbass bites it and eats it and takes some of Golveg into him. And that's when he gets kind of nasty. But that's really true, yeah. So it's
people forget about that part because Loki is kind of like mischievous, but he gets corrupted by the heart. Yeah, I think that's
But also Loki was the one that switched out the I briefly read about this, and I read about it after playing the God of War, because it's much like movies. When I watch a movie that's based on a true story, after I watch the movie, I go to see what's actually correct. But anyways, so I read that Loki switched out the arrow for the mistletoe arrow, and that's what shot Balder and killed him, and that directly set off the chains of Ragnarok.
That is true. But at the same time, Loki had been completely rejected by the gods, and Loki had an oath. Odin had an oath bound to Loki that said his table is Loki's table. Loki is always welcome at any table that Odin sits over.
That's what God told Abraham's son Ishmael as well.
Yeah. So when they turned their back on Loki, that was pretty wrong. And I'm not justifying Loki's part in the Balder killing, but when you look at like the Fenrir story, Fenrir didn't do anything. Fenrir was betrayed by the gods. And so like when they call Tyr the god of honor because he gave his arm in sacrifice for this, what also when you look at the other side of the coin, Tyr was Fenrir's best friend, and he's the one who betrayed Fenrir the most, and so that arm was the cost of his betrayal. So he's not just the god of honor, he's the god of dishonor and betrayal also, both sides of that fucking coin. And he paid the price for that betrayal at Ragnarok because it was his sword arm, and Tyr, who was the head of the spear, the war god, was now without his sword arm.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies, isn't there? And that's why I don't really like these stories, these Norse stories. I'm sure there's a correlation with other mythologies as well, that there are like missing or things that doesn't make sense, right? Like Odin, he feels it's like you can read one story and it's like, wait, there's some different information in this other story, but they're the same story. So Odin feels bad about this wall that they're making, right? Because of all that, Loki turns into a horse, has horsing around, right? All that stuff.
That was the gentlest way I've ever heard that put.
Yeah. But like at the end of that story, Odin is like very, very like stoic and sober about like, wait, did I fuck up? Because he basically has a hand in lying about to the giant about their business. And so Odin isn't, but then Odin is supposedly like this really good god and stuff, but then like, so all the gods are kind of like, but that's what's so interesting in and not to like throw too much shade on Christianity, but there's like in Christianity there's a bunch of like very like cut and dry stuff. And in these other mythologies, it's like, what's really going on here, right? And so,
well, I think it exists in Christianity also, but they don't recognize it. So when you look at the God of the Old Testament, when you look at the God of the Old Testament, there's a lot of actions that the God of the Old Testament takes, and a lot of things that he says that nobody in today's society would go, yeah, that guy's a good guy. If you took the God out of it and you changed it to a king, and you said this is how this king ruled this kingdom, in today's world, most of us would consider him a douche, the Old Testament God. And then the New Testament God is an entirely different God. The story of the New Testament is more forgiveness, more love, caring, not the jealous, angry, fucking kill their babies type God. So vengeful. Right, very vengeful. So the where you're seeing this discrepancy is most Christians, and I'm certainly not saying all, but most Christians pretend like all that was okay in order to justify it, whereas an Odinist, we recognize the mistakes that the gods made and understand that that's part of the learning process we're supposed to gain from the gods.
Yeah.
Actually, let me tell you guys a little bit of a confession, a little bit, almost like a Christian confession, except I don't repent. The fun because I don't repent for being wrong or potentially, but in the last couple of days, I think I mentioned this to you, Balderson. You know, I was listening to something, and they were basically saying, like, you know, there's the concept of the God from the Old Testament as being the demiurge and the archons, right?
Yep.
And you know, a Gnostic would say, like, that's what Jesus was trying to tell everybody. It was that when he was telling them, you know, if you would do the works of, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. You do the deeds of your father, the Satan, you know, the devil, and all that stuff. You know, like, it's pretty apparent that Jesus was, I mean, Clay, right? It was pretty apparent, like, Jesus was specifically and very adamantly and repetitively accusing the Pharisees of not just not doing God's work, but of actually, in fact, being like the child of Satan and being like the deceivers, right? It's like kind of obvious, right? There's at least like 8 passages in that, right? So The interesting thing that I recently uncovered, and I'm just diving down the rabbit hole, is that Paul, hearing of this, had the realization that Jesus was in fact right, and the God of the Garden of the Jewish God was in fact the Satan. And so his mission was to go to the Gentile to share Jesus's message, but still keeping it hidden, keeping it esoteric, for fear of being attacked by the Jews, which he was repetitively attacked by the Jews, according to the stories. And that was the thing, that actually, in fact, Paul was a proper Gnostic and was trying to, so that's an interesting, I don't know. I don't have a judgment on that yet, but if that's the case, then I would, my last debate about him I would have a different opinion, right? And then I would do something about that. But have you ever heard that, Clay?
That's what I was trying to fucking ask you, basically, with the whole Aryan conspiracy.
Yes, but Balderson, Arianism, it goes against everything Paul fucking wrote.
But he also still includes Paul in it, and he says that he just reads Paul's message different. He says that the other ones are distorting Paul's message, and that Paul was a true prophet, but the message was distorted in order to bring about the divinity and create this order of control.
I'm going to look that up right now. I remember you mentioning it, but when my mind went to what Arianism is and what he said, usually it just said Jesus Christ is not equal to God, and Paul pretty much.
But also he says Paul, because he recognized that the way the other ones were looking at the writings of Paul was what was creating this divinity, and it didn't exist in the rest of the Bible outside of Paul and Luke. And so he was saying that they were distorting the message of Paul and then leaning on that distorted message in order to create this divinity that was not even there.
Here's the thing. They did the
same
same
he said
thing.
He was divine. He said he wasn't God, but he was divine.
Right. There is a difference. Yep. And they did the same thing with the Gospel of John.
Yeah, because remember, even the Muslims believe in the Virgin Mary, and that the seed was, God planted the seed in Mary, and there was a virgin birth.
I'm more referring to John 1:1.
No, I'm saying that Muslims even believe in. Okay, if someone is divinely impregnated by God,
yes, his name's Saul. His name's Saul. Fine.
Yeah, Saul of Tarsus. Okay, great. Saul of Tarsus.
No, it was changed to Paul according to the scripture.
When he became Christian, someone's arguing with.
It's the same concept of Abram versus Abraham. It's the same concept of Jacob versus Israel. It's the name change because that's what the name was that he was given.
Let's see. Arian said, "What about Paul?" I'm still trying to ask this fucking idiot.
While he's waiting, Asvaroon has his hand up and has not spoken. Asvaroon, we'd love to hear what you have.
Let's go, dude. Come on, dude.
Shaman Omar, regarding the Virgin Mary birth, people might ridicule it, but actually, it is possible to reproduce asexually, right? Because in our Hindu Vedic literature, in Satya Yuga or the Golden Age, no one was born through through sexual reproduction.
Viviparous reproduction.
Yeah, they were actually born asexually, and people were more interested in spiritual aspects of life rather than materialistic aspects of life in the Golden Age, and people were gigantic, very strong, and no disease would touch them. So the Virgin Mary birth that people keep saying is ridiculous, it is possible, right, actually?
Yeah, I don't look. I believe in miracles. I believe in God. I believe in miracles. But the thing is, the Satya Yuga you're talking about, right? How old is it? How old is, according to Vedic tradition, how old is the Satya Yuga? How long ago?
Satya Yuga right
over
now,
1.5 million years ago.
At least 16 lakh 432,000 years or something like that.
No, it's like 1 million, 1.5 million. It's the first. It's the first, right? It's the beginning.
1 minute. It's 1 million 600,000. No, 700,000. 328 years old.
Yeah. So I would say that 1,700,000 years ago, anything's possible. Everything's possible, of course. Who knows before what's known what was? Nobody. So anything.
I have to ask though, because this is one of my contentions when the LGBTQ community talks about Loki having sex with a horse and producing a child. This, as you just said, is in a golden era, and in our culture, that's the time of the gods, and that doesn't equate to the time of man. It doesn't. The things the gods were capable of doing, these were not the things. This is part of why we're in like the more mundane era right now, and that era was a very magical era. So would you say the same applies to yours?
In our system, actually, men were like gods. Then actually they started misusing their as the yugas progressed. They started misusing their divine faculties, and they started losing the power of telepathy, the power of asexual reproduction, the power of flight. They started losing it all one by one, and they came down to a very low level.
I'm glad to give up the asexual reproduction. Sex. The
I'm just saying.
I'm just take back. But I like the sax. That one's good.
Yeah, but the thing is, actually, like we became more dependent on external objects as the yugas passed by. In the Satyuga, we would be more dependent on ourselves, like to produce heat or electricity. People wouldn't need anything; they could do it on their own, and they actually could absorb energy directly from the universe and feed themselves. They were Vayu Aharis, or people who lived on air. So all those faculties were lost. That's what I've read actually, and people became more and more dependent on external aspects of life as the yugas passed by.
Yeah, but were there even but those wouldn't even be considered humans, right?
Yeah, we weren't this human actually. Like we were like gods in Satyuga once upon a time, and then we lost all our faculties, and then we became like this. That Adam and Eve story, that's what I read it once, but then I got booted during Sarah's show. I think Clay was there that time. I read that esoteric meaning, like they were forbidden by God to not reproduce sexually, but they ignored God's message. When they reproduced sexually, like they lost all their inner faculties, and they had to go through the struggles that an everyday person has to struggle, and then like they lost many of their amazing talents and their hidden faculties as well.
Yeah,
so that is the story.
That's true.
You motherfucker, God, you motherfucker! If you didn't want me to use this dick, you shouldn't have put so many nerve endings in it and made it feel so good.
Yeah, but again, just like the concept of good and evil and the perspective of what we talked about of like looking at two sides of the story. You could also say that the serpent went to Eve, the wise of the two sexes, less under the spell, ate the fruit. Then Adam ate the fruit. They woke up, looked down, realized they were naked in the forest, and there began the beginning of the exercising of free will and independent consciousness. But hold on, the thing about the Satya Yuga thing you're talking about is that like these go in line with kind of what we were talking about, Balderson, because I think they were like white hair and stuff. They're like 50 feet tall. They lived 100,000 years. They didn't have to talk. They talk directly to the gods. They didn't have, you know what I mean? So this also goes in line directly with the Anunnaki story in Sumeria. And if you want to tie in Adam and Eve also, the second that they procreated, the first human was named Adam. How long did Adam live? 962 years. A couple generations down, Methuselah, right? 300 years. How long did Abraham live? So as they started breeding down the line of creation, the years started getting smaller and smaller. So it all ties in an interesting, you know?
You hear that, ladies? You're taking away our life force.
Well, yeah, I kind of wanted to ask Omar about that. You said that Eve was the higher intelligent one.
That's the quote Luciferian so all your Albert Pikes and all your occult, all your New Thought movement, they would look at the concept of like Lucifer as the same as Prometheus, that looked down upon us and had compassion. And just like Enoch and the Watchers, if you're told these Watchers were evil and Enoch was good, but if you read Enoch 1 and you look at what these Watchers did, these Watchers came down and looked around and realized that we're like monkeys, and they started giving us gifts. So read in Enoch 1, what gifts did the fallen angels give man? You'll see using plants as medicine, learning about the stars, mathematics, like metallurgy, like all the stuff. And then you could say, oh, but that's why we're so fucked up now. But then I would say a gun is good or bad. Neither. Depends on who's using it. So we are the fucking retards. Like humans, we are the idiots.
Speak for yourself.
Okay. Everyone except Clay. The whole earth, not Clay, because I don't want him to be offended. You know, so you can look at both stories and both perspectives. And I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. Like that's the whole point of this type of conversation, gentlemen. To be able to just have a conversation and talk about perspectives. But you know,
I noticed you walked outside.
I'm getting off. I'm exiting the panel.
We don't need to know about all that, man.
Don't say that, dude.
I'm exiting the panel. Shaman, real quick, I just want to get that clarifying thing right quick before I get off. Who did you compare Prometheus to?
Lucifer, the concept of Lucifer. The made-up story of Lucifer is a copy of Prometheus. Okay.
I'm getting off. Kind of, but not really. Prometheus gave fire to man, so he's punished for it.
The fire is higher thought, though.
Yeah, I think you just recently read it. You have to understand the metaphysical concept of
fire. I read it a long time ago, so I don't remember all the details to it.
Fire. So when they say like these Zoroastrians had fire worshippers, this is a common thing that the Muslims like to say. We freed we stopped these fire worshippers, right? They're not worshiping the fire. They understood the alchemical aspect of transmutation, and the fire, it represents creation as well as transmutation. And so the essence of the fire is what they were talking. The fire had the ability, just like the essence of a fire would be like the soul of a man. Right. And so there's a deeper understanding of with fire. Fire gave us the light. But when you say someone is a Buddha, it doesn't mean they had magic. It means that in the presence of the enlightened one, ignorance cannot exist. So there's a table of foolish people and they're ignorant. And when the Buddha comes or the Christ comes, the ignorance disappears with the light of Christ. Doesn't mean Christ was holding a torch. It means that he was the light. In the presence of light, darkness cannot exist. Darkness being ignorance. You understand? Think of it at a higher level.
All right, I'm gonna reread that story and
just with a different lens. Just put the lens. And
I haven't read Greek mythology in probably 15 or 20 fucking years.
Me either, to be honest. I only grab a couple of the most important ones that were appropriated by the monotheistic religions. Those are the ones I kind of hold in context.
All right, well, I'm getting off. Hey, can you tell everybody on this panel where Zeus got his lightning bolts from?
Your mama.
from Ahura Mazda.
No, from hopefully I'm pronouncing this right. The Hephaestus, I think they're called. I think I'm butchering that fucking name.
What else is new?
What was that?
What else is new?
No, not you, motherfucker. I don't listen to you. Someone just tried to correct me on the pronunciation of the name.
The pronunciation?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
it's called pronunciation.
Oh, yeah, the Cyclops.
No, the Cyclops. Hold on. Let me look this shit up before I get off.
All right.
Who gave Zeus his lightning bolts?
Ezra has his hand up, Ben.
No.
What's up, Ezra?
Ben, so you're kind of right. So the Cyclops gave him his lightning bolts, but that's his main weapon. He had like these other.
Well, you asked lightning bolts is what you asked.
All right, it's boring.
Can I?
Go ahead,
Yes,
Ezra.
I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. Sure. Like the way Benjamin Balderson believes in Thor, we too have and the Greeks have Zeus as the goddess of lightning and thunder. For us, it's Indra actually. So Indra actually, like, what happened was that he was involved in a fight against the demons. Then the demons had become so powerful that the gods approached a sage called Dadichi. Dadichi had done yoga to such an extent that his bones had become as strong as diamond. So the gods approached Dadichi and said that we need the bones in your body to fight against the demons. He said, okay, I'll sacrifice my body, and he sacrificed his body. Actually, and they wove it into Indra's Vajra Yuddha, and it was as strong as a diamond, and he could command the electricity in the sky, and he was able to use fire as well. So I wonder if there's any element and lightning and electricity over here, because in Ayurveda they say that bones actually comes under the Vata element, so there could be some connection over here too. Actually, it is possible to harness it. I don't know.
Is he cutting out for anybody else?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Briefly.
I thought it was going crazy.
Varan, the thing is like earlier we talked about like the tracking of like the R1 DNA and then the R1A DNA. And as I'm sure, I think we talked about this before, when we talk about ancient Aryana, right?
Yeah.
And the language of like Avastan, right? Right there in India is right next door to this. And this is these people, there's some original foundational stories and they went everywhere. So it's like, it's really hard, how many gods and goddesses are there in India? Like 33 million or 22 million or something like this? Something
33.
33 crores. 33 crores will be like 3 billion. 3 billion point 300 million.
There's a lot.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
The old joke is that Hinduism is the richest religion.
Oh, I got it.
But you can't doubt like the when you look at like the astrotheology, like the processions of time and like some of the science stuff, like Hinduism is wild with all that stuff. It's because they were like right there and spent thousands of years decoding that stuff. There's a correlation to all these religions, man. All this stuff is correlated. It's just a matter of who decides to make something a god or goddess, how much war they create, how many people they conquer, and what they tell them, and how long the name of God of war can be the god of war until someone else conquers them. And
Shaman.
when someone else conquers someone, they decide to keep the same name or change the name. And if that person's not just a king, he's a fucking emperor, he changed the name of everything.
I identify.
And I have to ask. I need to ask you an actual question. And I'm about to vomit because I'm going to actually ask you an intelligent question.
Careful,
being
Spin.
an anchor baby and all, I'll never drop it. It's more of a joke now. Than
It's funny.
It's more than it's just a joke now.
It's a term of endearment when I hear it from you.
Sure, of course. We settled our anchorish ways. Yeah, I know. So in your belief, and here it comes, your belief, you think all religious practices are theoretically the same?
So I would say, in my belief, that the practices you said, like you're referring to when you say religious practices, are older than the formations of those things being religions. The origin of them relates to on the oldest or the highest level forces of creation, whether cosmic or upon the earth. Fire of the sun, it transmutes to fire on the earth, which transmutes to metal for the sword, so to speak, right? As well as seasons. Seasons will always be on every religious practice before even those people had an organized religion. And when a
Tell me what you mean
civilized
by seasons, if you will.
Like-
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, of course. Like, for example, December 25th, right? We say is like
are you talking like summer seasons? Like
solstices.
Okay.
Yeah, solstices.
Okay. Sure.
Things that occur on specific times, concepts of full moons and what they mean, things to do before things to do at the end of the winter, before the spring, not just to like prepare the seeds, but like who to pray to. You know, it's no irony that the goddesses that you pray to for the spring always are like feminine, and feminine is Mother Earth. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
okay, I get it. So I legitimately get it now. The ultimate question is, and I'm still learning about Odinism and everything, and Ben is teaching me. And
me too.
You know,
I'm listening because
we have conversations about it at times. So how would you, not Ben Balderson, how would you correlate Odinism to, say, an example now, Catholicism or Judaism, or for Asbarum's sake, Buddhism, or I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. What is the other than one person or one of many persons that you were to pray to, right? What is the what are the other core, or how would you correlate and summarize similarities?
I would say Odinism is a part of a polytheistic realm of gods, whereas Christianity says it's one God, but Judaism was polytheistic as well. And Islam is for sure monotheistic monotheism. Hinduism, very similar to like Odinism in the polytheistic perspective. Whereas Odin and the All-Father are considered like chief gods. They're flawed. They're flawed. They can die. They're more of like stories to teach timeless stories of good and evil and the flaws of man and seeking of wisdoms, that, you know what I mean, and a reward of good and bad places and karma. And whereas Christianity says like God the Father is perfect, he's never fucking lied or done anything wrong, and his son's perfect. God is uncreated and without a being, but in Odinism, those gods are created as, you know. I would say like you're talking about like what Ben believes would be like the concept of like the original version of where Christianity came from, which would be like, you know, you say El and the Elohim, and Christianity would say God and angels, right? But God and angels were really just like, God would be like what you think God is, just like the leader of the angels, like the
leader
commander
of the pack, sort of.
Yeah, like the commander. Like El Elyon was an Elohim, but he was considered most high, but still in this dimension. And the almost like the cavity, when, you know, the birthing canal, like on the firmament, when the firmament broke open, El Elyon was the one that opened it up for the Elohim to come down. I would say that Odinism and those things are much more similar to the actual story of Judaism than where Judaism became and where Christianity came from, the second version of Judaism.
Okay, and the second part of that,
Ben, would you agree, or what do you think? It's pretty close.
It's pretty. I mean, it sounds pretty close to research and what Ben and I have talked about. So, oh God.
I mean, he would be able to answer that question way better. I'm giving like a
no. I mean, I understand the way your perception of things are. That's why I was asking your perception or your opinion on how they all correlate.
Well, they correlate
in a realistic sense.
Gods gods had good characters and bad characteristics, and they had flaws, and there were lessons, and there's these great stories, right, which we could call like mythology, right? And as Yahweh,
that is where the term Greek mythology started, correct? Because
like a mythos is like a story, like a mythos is like a realm. Like you could say like the realm, right? You could say like the realm of like the Marvel universe, right? You could say like that. Sure. That's mythos. And
that's mythology.
Yeah. And the Abrahamic faith is also a mythos as well. They just like to pretend like they're three distinct Marvel universes.
Okay, so let me ask this question while we're talking about mythias, and I'm still having brain fog, so I have to get the question out or I'll forget.
Sure.
Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. Yes, it's time for me to go to bed.
You and me both.
Would you and Ben, please don't take offense. This is just a question. Would you say Odinism is mythical or a mythical, or give me a second. Would you say Odin is a mythical time, if you will? Maybe Clay, you can structure it better. I think you know what I'm saying.
Like, do I think it's like a mythology?
I'm not giving anything away on this panel, brother.
I would say that
you're a real help. Thanks, pal.
The way they recorded things then is different than the way they recorded things at 30 AD and different than they recorded at 100 AD, right? So, they
obviously,
they didn't have languages.
That's obvious because
no, but they had ruins. They had ruins. They didn't have like they didn't have like Phoenician, right? They didn't have they didn't have a developed language. So if you were to read stories of, because the gods walked among the earth as wanderers, right? So if you were to see like some great like Norse storyteller philosopher that was writing stories about meeting the gods, and that book was found, and later there could easily have been a religion based around that, and people could take that mythology as literal, the same way that easily from an academic perspective you could say all of the stories of Abrahamic faith are mythology as well, even if the people lived.
Sure, go ahead, Azroom, your hands up.
Can I ask Angry American a question? Is it okay?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Angry American, before Christianity came to Europe, the Romans were pagans. They used to worship Mars, Jupiter, and they used to worship basically heavenly bodies. So in Italy today, since you are Italian actually, is there any small, is there a small sect still that worships these pagan deities, or all of them have now converted to Christianity?
I worship titties too.
I would.
Oh my God, Clay.
I want to. The Hellenistic cult still exists.
Yeah.
Azvarun, I would say with good
Clay
worships. I want to answer the question. Just give me a second, guys. I apologize. I would say most Italian Americans or Italians in the old country have converted to Christianity or Catholicism, whatever term you want to use. I would be remiss to say that there are a handful, and I'm probably I'm thinking in the bigger picture, not a focused part of Italian religion could be, but in my four decades being on this planet, I have never heard of anything Italian made, if you will, that has not been Christian or some sort of Christianity. And most Italians, they are Catholic. So I don't want to answer with any real certain degree of certainty.
There's still
I have never heard of it.
There's still Hellenistic cults. Spin doesn't research this kind
Thank
of
you
thing.
for the answer. Thank you for your answer, Angry American.
Sure.
Spin doesn't research this kind of thing, but there's still Hellenistic cults.
Yet
Italy.
Well, I'm not. As I said, I am not aware.
I wasn't
of it.
criticizing you when I said you don't
Oh,
research.
yeah.
that.
That's not.
There's a million things I don't research that I don't know about either. But there's Hellenistic cults still in Italy. Yeah.
Hey, look.
Well, there are parts of there, and to be just coming to mind, there are Italians that are not Catholic. They have I mean, they still in part believe the Christian faith. However, I have plenty of friends that they are like Methodist. I have seen people join Mormonism. I've seen that in Italians, but that's a very select few. Jesus Christ, the Latter-day Saints. Yes, Clay, I said it.
Oh, there we go.
I have seen Italian Americans with that belief as well. So I think across the board, I think across the board, the majority believes in Catholicism. And I will do some research about the say it, Ben. Hellenistic.
Yeah, it's a time period with different gods, and there's still Hellenistic people in Greece and in Italy and whatnot. But he's definitely right. The majority are Roman Catholic.
Well, no, there's a difference. There is a difference between Roman Catholic and help me, Clay.
Latin.
You got your
Latin
own pope?
American.
Do you got your own pope, or is there
Orthodox.
one pope?
There's
Orthodox.
Orthodox. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
Roman
you.
Catholic and Orthodox aren't at all the same. The Orthodox stronghold is Russia and Greece.
Well, the Roman Catholic, well, in my parish, they do not speak in tongue, if you will.
Well, that's mostly a Protestant thing. So you're confusing all of them right now.
All right.
Okay, Clay, you know what I'm talking about.
Hey,
The Roman
Spin.
Catholic,
Yeah.
they sing everything, and it's like,
Well, the Orthodox do as well, but they don't. Neither one of those do the tongues thing. The
No.
tongues thing, they recognize that as just changing language, which most Protestants do
Okay,
as well.
right. Yes.
The only ones that do the tongues thing is there's literally one sect, one denomination. It's here
Drinking
in the
strychnine, speaking in tongues. Shimmalibila.
Yeah,
I
that,
used to
that
do
stuff.
the tongue thing all the time until I realized it's the number one reason for men to get throat cancer.
I'll have to look it up.
we are not going to talk about your homosexual tendencies, Kraut. We told you that.
Hey, I'm exiting. So until you do more research on your ancestry, Spin, I'm putting the motherfucking Maloik on you until you actually know your ancestry.
Okay,
and if you're a
funny.
true Italian, you know what the Maloik is.
And okay, you funny.
Yeah,
You know what
Fanuc.
that is.
What that is.
Benjamin,
Yes, Asburn.
thank you for having me on your show. I need to go now. I have some work to do. If you're streaming tomorrow, I'll again come back on the show. Thank you very much, Benjamin, and thank you everyone on the panel. Yeah, thank you, Shaman, for your answers.
Of course.
Yeah.
Good to see
Always,
you.
always a pleasure having you, Asburn.
Good to see you, Ezra.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
that's Pentecost. I should have known that. It's literally
Pentecostal.
supposed
Yeah.
to
We
33
can
CE, based off
point.
of Pentecost.
We can point out that Mussolini, Hitler, Francisco Franco, and all these great leaders of the history of the world were all born and raised Roman Catholic.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. But the funny part is that like Mussolini, he had to come out like as ultra Catholic because he's trying to take over Italy, right? And then as he took power, he started to denounce all the priests, and he started to like, say like the Pope is like, we got to put the Pope in jail. He's corrupt. He said the state is. He said the Catholic Church is tricking you. The state is sacred. That's where he was the reason why he's like the fascist like guys, because he actually did. He actually
there's that
really,
fucking word. I hate that word.
Well, no, but Mussolini. Yeah, but these idiot leftists don't even know what the fucking word means. They're retarded.
No shit.
Yeah, they literally have no idea. Mussolini kind of gave you a little protocol of that, and he basically later, he was super Roman Catholic. But then he later, when he got control, he said like religions are all mental disease, and fascism is a religion, and the state is sacred. So he basically said like every aspect of Roman Catholic and applied.
Did he forget to look in the mirror?
That's the new that's the new Church of Rome, basically. Like
did he forget to look in the mirror?
Yeah, no, but my point is that when you have someone turn and create a religion of the state, that's when you can start saying fascist. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, this guy wants a third term. He was joking around about a third term. Maybe he's a fascist. That alone doesn't. That's a dictator. That's not fascist. The leftists don't even know what fascist means.
Ask a leftist
how many genders there are.
Yes. And they will tell you, more than 10. Yes.
You guys know this Jim Bob dumbass? He's like talking shit about wanting to debate and then trying to like make a debate in the comment section.
Yeah, Jim Bob pretty much Junior Wilson.
I know.
He's an ortho bro. He doesn't directly tie himself with Wilson because he used to be he used to be associate with Owen Benjamin and the Bears
until Benjamin killed his ass on that debate. Did you listen to that debate?
Yeah, and then that debate was on Andrew Wilson's channel, so that caused a schism in the Bear community, and a bunch of the Bears went Orthodox, and then a bunch stayed with Owen Benjamin. So that's really where Andrew Wilson got his start from. He was kind of a tiny channel at the time. And then all the Orthodox, all the Bears went Orthodox. But Jim Bob got burnt in that. And so he kind of keeps Andrew Wilson at arm's length. They're obvious friends, and he obviously uses the same techniques and stuff.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't directly associate with him, not in a direct way. And I think it's just because he's already been in a cult that broke apart, and this new cult is definitely going to do the same thing. And just like what happened with Sarah, if you don't fall in line with the cult, then I'm gonna your phone is making your phone is making a bunch of real wild noises, Howard. So I muted you quick, bro, but you can unmute if you want to talk. So when this new cult breaks apart, because anytime you differ from what the cult wants, they all turn on you like rabid dogs.
Yeah,
that's what's gonna.
That's a cult. Yeah, that is what a cult. That's the exact. That is the difference between a religion and a cult. When you have rabid dog energy, that's cult from religion. Religion can say live and let live, and a cult has to destroy anyone that goes against it to make an example for those who would think about leaving or criticizing later. That's a cult.
Are we talking about Scientology?
I only saw. There we go.
We're talking about the Ortho Bros specifically, not necessarily representing the entire Orthodox religion, but the representation that we see between Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson and those type of characters.
Yeah. So I saw only two things of Jim Bob. I saw him in T-Jump in a debate, which was hilarious. And I would say Jim Bob probably won that. And then I saw him debate Owen Benjamin, where Andrew Wilson was the moderator. And clearly Owen Benjamin won that one. But I saw he's like pinning my comment and like running his mouth, and I'm like, bro, you're just creating a straw man. He's like, why don't you say what the straw man is? I'm like, here's the straw man, and then he's like, you wouldn't debate that. I said, bro, I'm ready to debate any of this. You have absolutely no fucking chance whatsoever. And then he's just sending all these like jabronis after me that are running like, you're like a sensitive Care Bear, and I was like, bro, what men use reference.
Talk about sensitive. He won't go on tomato either. He's another one of those that go on tomato.
Yeah,
so
but what man refers to a child's cartoon about like what it like, and 3 of them wrote this like, you're like a sensitive Care Bear. I'm like, is this like your way of flirting? Are you trying to like, what color Care Bear would you be? It was the gay all gay guys, man.
Yeah, I saw him on Professor Dave too. I don't know if you've seen that.
Well, if you remember how, by the way, you know that guy that guy Sam, who is actually Gary Milne, that is Darth Dawkins, the infamous the infamous pre-sup guy.
That is him.
That's him. That's Darth Dawkins.
That's the real Darth
yeah,
Dawkins?
I've been like wishing I could debate that.
I was wondering if it was actually him because you had made the joke a few times.
I asked T-Jump. T-Jump's like, yeah, that's Darth Dawkins.
Really
I go, bro, I just got him on. I said he didn't even last.
Called it out.
He didn't last. That's the best part. He didn't even allow me to finish my question before he start that Darth Dawkins shit. And that, of course, that
you got like 10 words into your question. None of us even knew where your question was going.
It wasn't even it was a great question about. And by the way, I'm siding with the religious people over the science people regarding evolution.
Yeah, you were granting him his whole premises and all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
look, here's the crazy part, right? I came up obviously to go against the evolutionists, right, and back them up on the 6,000-year-old model, and I basically added to their argument, making sure that I could steel man their arguments between the two of them, Sam and the other guy, and because I was trying to steel man them, they started attacking me before I could get to the evolutionists. It was so dumb. I'm like, dude, I just want to make sure that we understand where your arguments are. And they were literally attacking me. I'm the one who really believes in the 6,000-year-old model. They really don't. Like the way that they were acting, they really just don't. They're just going off of a script.
Chat just gets crazy, bro.
No, those dudes are assholes. Those dudes are assholes looking for a fight. I normally am also against the evolutionist guys, and those two guys made it impossible to want to be on their team.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy town.
Is that a group?
Yeah, those two run together.
No, they're called the evolutionist group.
No, I usually am against an anti-evolution. I fight the guys who present the evolution. I couldn't get on their team this time. Like, wow, I can't side with you guys. I just can't.
No, just for being assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys talked about Greek mythology or what, or Thor and stuff. I thought that's all this.
No, he brought up a debate from the other day.
Oh, that's interesting.
No politics or stuff tonight, right? No sex or politics tonight.
No sex or politics, no.
Hey, before I go, I have a question for Shaman. Oh, go ahead, Howard. Bring your motherfucking proofism, motherfucker. Bring your proofism.
Is my phone still making sounds? Or
no, you're good now. You're good now.
You know, Howard, if you keep it out of your pants, you know, it wouldn't make such noises. Love you, Howard.
Love you, Spin.
Howard, you're a great mod, dude.
Yeah, I'm a retard, but
you notice every stream, and I see you in there. The proofism fucking word comes out. I promised you that every fucking time I saw you, I will make it a point to say proofism. And I've been a man of my word.
I love that, man. I mean, where's that
hashtag proofism?
Hashtag proofism. Yeah.
One of the reasons that I really appreciated Erling Haaland was that he one of the big things that he did was buy the Kringla and donate it to his village, trying to bring back awareness of their heritage and things like that. I really appreciated that a lot.
That's great. Yeah, that's great.
So, is there a theme to this particular stream, or are y'all just kind of doing whatever?
No, it was the occult breakdown of Lucifer, but we're almost 4 hours into the stream, and most streams can keep a direction for about 3 hours, but somewhere in between the third and fourth hour, it turns more into a blundergat than it does into a laser.
We're gonna get into a dumpster fire soon.
Yeah, sort of. If somebody comes up that has more on the topic, typically that's where it starts to keep on track.
Well, I kind of wanted to bring that up. What's the difference between Halal, Atar, Lucifer? I mean, Satan, all the. I mean, Boulder Bust. What's the difference between all of them?
Did you just say Voldemort?
Boulder Boss. The
Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies.
Yeah.
Sauron.
Sauron.
Yeah, we could bring up other ones too. But what's the difference between all these different quote unquote devils, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
Well,
but I know what they all.
Omar's on a FaceTime chat with his daughter, real quick.
Yeah, I seen the behind chat.
I'll give you a simple answer, and it's
behind chat. It's behind chat, Jody. Yeah.
If you want to,
we're going to start. Listen, Jody. I'm going to start telling you we're not going to talk about your homosexual tendencies on stream.
We're not supposed to be talking about homosexual shit at all.
Well, people. Wait a minute.
Stop.
Crowd said he was getting off, and Jody's talking about the behind chat.
Stop.
Put the sword down. No crossing.
Put the sword down. Keep it in the tank.
I'll give you a.
I'll give you we weren't going to talk about that.
Yeah, you don't talk about Fight Club. I mean, whatever that thing is. So, the short answer I would say is the strength of the spiritual connection to whichever particular religious belief it is. Some of the different devils, if you will, or rebellious figures in the various belief systems, they're basically just a matter of strength within their different spiritual realms. So you got the Luciferian, which that's, I'm sure Omar went into that, and then you've got Satan, which I'm sure Omar went into that a little bit. And then you've got all the other figures that sit outside of Christianity, which I'm sure Omar went into quite a bit as well on this stream. So essentially not just the religious practices themselves and the beliefs within, but the strengths that they have, or if you actually want to look at it from a weakness point, because if it's, rebelliousness, I mean, essentially, depending on the religious practice, it could and would normally be seen as weakness within that belief system. So it's just a matter of the strengths, in short.
And one of the points Omar and I made on it was that throughout the years they've been slowly but surely mushing these ideas together, and that at one point in time they were fairly individual ideas. But because of different translations and things, like one of the big keys on that was the Vulgate. And in the Vulgate, they started making these characters the same. Obviously, under different names, there's a reason that they had a different name. And this happens in a lot of different cultures today. The same thing, like if you talk about Ragnar Lothbrok, most people would agree that he's a real figure historically. Did he do all the things that they claim that he did, or did a bunch of stories get mushed together and collectively, eventually, they all just gave credence to Ragnar Lothbrok, who it would have been almost impossible for him to do all the things he's accredited for.
Yeah.
That's the exact thing that we have to deal with in Christianity. It's literally the exact same thing we have. It's like, hey, that your God or your Christ, whichever, however you view it, that all these things, that's your God now that we're claiming is literally kind of the same thing. It's like, no, that's not me at all, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Well, my question was kind of a backhanded question. So I asked, "What's
Well,
the
repeat
biggest
it for
difference?"
Omar.
About-
He's ready to receive your backhand now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well,
I want to
no.
watch. Can I film it?
Well, I think
You're
we
muted.
already are.
You're muted, Omar.
Oh, rookie.
So what do all these different devils have in common? I mean, whether it's Hades, Satan. Oh,
okay. So it's
did
kind
he
of
drop again?
It's kind of vague. The question is
No,
kind
he's
of
there.
vague, but I get what you're saying, Jody. Like, what is the difference and the similarity between these devils? Like, there's culture. There's cultural differences and human interpretations of what like.
Is
different
that Omar talking?
mean.
That's
not
Howard.
Omar.
That was Howard.
Sorry, I was
yeah.
just fielding a call from my daughter. She just got back from a.
It's
I
all
just
good.
cut in, yeah.
Your personal life.
Hey, go on, Omar.
No,
So there's
what? Howard was
multiple-
just talking.
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Well, I was just
Okay.
saying. Well, Jody asks, what is the difference between all these demon devils and satans and stuff? And the difference is our human cultures, our interpretations of them, right? Sometimes we create them, but they are just like what they. If you want to really get to the answer, it's like what I talked about earlier, which is about energy and vibration and how you interpret that. If you like at midnight go visit the crossroads and do some rituals, you're gonna feel some dark vibration, and it's gonna be okay. Well, what's going on here? That's really like a signature, which is part of being, and it is that being. But I mean, like, and then you just pile centuries on top of it, and basically, some people draw some stuff in a book. Oh, look at that demon, and I don't know. That's I'm kind of skirting around the thing, but it's like
I would say that there are beings of light and beings of false light, and then there's considered angels and considered fallen angels, but somehow they're all angels. So in my worldview, one that would be considered a good one as opposed to bad is how they interact and what they do for us or to us. So I don't need a guy in a fucking red cape in Rome to tell me something good when clearly it's not good. You know what I mean?
Common sense.
You know, right, Clay? I mean, you know, like what do I think? Jesus, okay. I don't read what he said. Is that good for us or bad for us? Question. Okay, so there's the answer. I don't need something to tell me something's good. I actually have.
Well, I kind of disagree with that a little bit because when the whole scripture, when I was a child, I spake like a child. Now, so like when we were children, right, we did bad things. It's just the reality of things. Even as adults, we still make mistakes and sometimes make bad choices. So when we were children, there was a necessity for a teaching tool. Spoil the rod, spare the rod, spoil the child. Discipline. It's actually discipline. So when it comes to growing up and becoming a man, that's the difference between maturity and not. So I do disagree, but when you become a man at that point, your conscience should be trained. And if it's not, well, it's going to get trained up real quick. And if you're in a lawful society.
That's why I said I think I have refined my faculties to the extent to, you know what I mean? But again, that's why I would also classify myself as a man. I don't need another man to defend me. I don't need another man to ask about, you know what I mean? So to me, that's like the point or the job, I would say. And as Balderson said, by the way, it takes a long time to develop that. Even you could spend your whole life reading stuff. That doesn't mean you've applied it. Like it's like wisdom is is the application of knowledge, right? It takes time to experience that. You can read something one time, but it takes years to make it a part of you, right?
Yeah.
That's, bro, you said it brilliantly. I actually have said that many times, that exact way, that the application of knowledge is wisdom.
Yeah, it's
bro,
from my
you
book.
said it perfectly. I've been saying that for I don't know how long. Did you take it from me?
Yeah. No, it's in my book. But that's the no. Did I say it's in my book?
Take that from me. Like, I've been saying that for like years now.
Good.
Man.
No, that's
I'm glad you got it in the book.
Yeah, the key. This book is like, this is like I don't know, 9 years old.
That's called morphic resonance, by the way.
It also says fear is the food that nourishes your mortality.
But
because I believe people only. What were you saying, Jody?
The whole reason why I asked what's the difference between all these different devils, Satans, Hades, blah blah blah, is what do they all have in common? Because I wanted to ask what they all have different, right?
That doesn't make any sense. You just said what's the difference between them because you want to know what they have in common. So which one? You can't say both at the same time.
Damn. Well, they all have the same thing in common, that we renounce them, that they're not real.
Well,
it's redundant.
No, what they all have in common is that we're told that they're all bad.
They say that they're bad. We don't like them is the common theme. We don't like them.
Well, it'd be like
real.
The commonality, I think, would be the rebelliousness of what is good, right? So the idea that you are doing what is bad constantly because you are choosing to do what is bad, even though you know good and well that it is bad. So that rebellious nature, just because you can.
But the devil was created by man, right? Based off of everything else that I've heard.
Not well. If you if you ask someone who believes in spirit beings, believes that spirit beings are real, they're going to tell you no.
If you say evil doesn't have to have a physical form. When you say devil, you're referring to the personification of evil.
Yeah. So this is the way that I look at it.
That's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
Good and evil, or good and bad. Like a person isn't good and bad. It's what they do. It's the actions. So you can do good and bad, but you yourself, I would never call you good or bad. I cannot call a man good. I cannot call a man bad.
But God could forgive for any sin, right?
What God?
Any God.
Depends on which God. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, what were you raised? What were you raised?
Odin doesn't forgive sins. Like that's almost exclusively a Christian thing, the forgiveness of sins.
Yeah, and the sin concept and the forgiveness.
Yeah, I don't even think the Islam does the forgiveness thing necessarily.
Through acts.
Through acts, yeah.
Clay, can you read that? It says, what is the difference? This is the second one. What is the difference between being wise and smart? The application of intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? The application.
Yeah. Well, you know the intel, right? The intellect, the insight, right? The idealism that you have gained throughout your life. When you apply that into real life, this is why I wanted to do logos with you guys.
Oh yeah, we'll do that next week.
That'd be real cool. You got it.
Yeah, definitely. This was pre-planned like a month ago, Clay.
Right.
Logos. And logos, you show up at 6:00.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, I got a writing here. This is for the evolutionists, the scientists of their religion. This is called the science of existence. It's very short. You are a series of complex systems. From the digestive system to your nervous system, science has shown us the functionality of many things within the body, yet no one has ever been able to explain the creation itself. How could you really expect to understand the intention of the creator from that perspective, from the perspective of that which has been created? Get it? Mm-hmm. How are you supposed to understand the intention of a creator from the perspective of that which is created? Meaning, like
flying in an airplane, you get the 30,000 foot view, but that's not the highest view.
Yeah, they reject it, but it's like you're rejecting because you don't understand it. But how could you fully understand the intention of creation before creation exists? How can you understand the understanding of something to create that which is trying to understand?
Bro, that's right there in Job too, by the way.
I am, everything again, nothing new under the sun, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, the funny part is Job is one of the Job is one of the books in the I'm not as familiar with as the other one.
Yeah,
I'm not.
That was one of the harder studies because it's got so many lessons. Right there, you've got all of the histories, right? Job technically is supposed to be a history that was given in Revelation, sort of kind of thing. But the idea there is that even within that document, when you read it, you find so many lessons, and they're spelled out, right? They're not. Yeah. It's not like, I got to kind of bob and weave to find No, the lessons are literally told from one portion of the story to the next.
Yeah.
And in the break here, real quick, Vickers World sends 100 joules as a high five. Thank you very, very much.
Somebody told me that the joules are average of about like a penny a piece.
All right.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
And
if that's true,
analog.
Thank you.
Sounds about right. And analog lime sends a loot box of 1,000 joules. Thank you very much again.
Hell yeah.
I think they're like 5 cents. I think they're like a nickel.
Well, the blue one was 100, so that rounds up. I mean, to $1 if it's blue, that makes sense. And 1,000 is yellow. That if that's
$10.
That's $10. Kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Someone said give a big birthday shout out to their best friend named Nee Gur.
Oh, here we go. Dumpster fire time.
Shout out, happy birthday.
Baited.
Happy birthday, Nee.
Just say nee. Just say gaw.
Yeah, I clearly didn't fall for it. It's just someone said total joke. Yeah, no. We fell for it. We fell for it fell so hard. To give some sort of, I'm not sure if God exists. Someone said, I'm not sure if God exists. Well, the question you'd have to first ask yourself is, what do you think God is?
Yeah. I'm not sure God exists, but we are in creation right now, right?
Yeah, the word God is a small little word. Everyone's really talking about lowercase
I
g.
hate that word, dude.
No, it's
God.
all lowercase God. And then there's capital, but the older people were talking about capital G-O-D, but really it's capital G, capital O, capital D. And even that is still one step from the unspeakable.
And actually, in Howard's language, God is pronounced good. Good.
Which
so it's
means
everything that's good is from God. It's actually good.
And it's from God, which is...
from God.
Yeah. God. Like, yeah.
Yeah, Ben teached me Hanum and Munum.
Hugin and Moonin.
Huden and Moonin.
Hugin and Moonin.
Someone said Omar sounds like a Canadian.
Huggin,
sure.
Huggin and Moonin. Like we do that sometimes here too.
The person that wrote that is hoping because they're Canadian, so they're wishing that the fucking Canadians sound like the way I talk.
I want to relate to you, Omar. I am Canadian.
No, you're not. Oh, yeah. if Canadians talk like if Canadians talk like me, then the country as a whole would have more fucking respect on the world stage.
Hey, Omar, you want to go out and catch some muskie, bud? Eh?
Yeah. Hey, man.
You want to go do some ice fishing, bud?
Yeah.
Yeah, Howard and I are derived from the same area of the world. My family is. I'm only actually a third generation. Yeah, Howard needs to shave the head. Get Once this hair starts going, you just got to send the rest of it to find it. Like, go find your friend.
Yeah.
Or just grow it long.
Right.
I mean, I am balding anyway, so it's just been growing out, and I've just not been taking care of it. I just shaved it off, you know. This
When
is
my
what
oldest
matters
daughter,
right here. This right here is what matters, you know.
Exactly. This is where the man hair is.
I got some man hair too. Some other man hair.
Oh God.
It's back there.
Jody and Omar over here trying to look like girls, shaving off their fucking manes.
No, it's too fucking hot, bro. It's too hot.
That's what being a man is about.
Being hot.
I can grow. When I grow my beard back whenever I want, it's like fucking Samson with his hair, dude.
Yes.
Didn't bad things happen with Samson?
When he cut his hair off, exactly.
That's probably the problem.
Yeah.
That's what's going wrong here. I'm gonna grow my fucking beard back.
Yeah,
You know
get
what
your
I'm gonna do?
full man.
I'm gonna
power
grow
back.
my beard back, and I'm gonna dye the whole shit white. Everything just white, like a fucking Targaryen. Like not Targaryen. Who's the other one? Those are blonde. Who's the in the House of Dragon? Who's the black one?
That's the Targaryen. The black ones. That's the Valerians.
Valerian.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go straight fucking Valerian. I'm telling you. I think I may go to orange.
Hey Clay, you better take it easy on Ben, dude. When you called it, you came in hot, dude.
I told you I'm here to pick a fight, man.
Hey, guys, the irony. Someone wrote, immediately a woman chimes in about cutting off Omar's hair just like in the Samson story. And the person's name is Mo Samson. Isn't that crazy?
Bro, The Simpsons predict so much shit. Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen that theory? Yeah. Like, they predicted, like, 9/11 and all kinds of shit. It's crazy.
Could get into conspiracies.
I mean,
it's like conspiracy time, motherfuckers.
Do you know that the creators of The Simpsons are actually the deep state, bro? No.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Doing abracadabra.
I'm gonna do some Rocky.
Omar set rules. Omar set rules at the beginning of the show.
I'm gonna stop your pagan magic with my Jew magic.
You cannot. My pagan magic is superior to any Jew magic that exists.
This is how the fucking Egyptian priests were stopped, but then they weren't stopped because they actually invaded. They invaded with them in Exodus, and they're continuing the magic today. That's the ironic part. The Egyptian priests actually ended up winning, according to the Jewish story.
I'll tell you what Rocky's trying to do. He's trying to make Illuminati symbols.
Yeah, he's like this.
That's what he's actually trying to do.
What was Illuminati? Like, I'm watching him and I'm like doing it back, but I'm just like, I don't even know what the fuck you're trying to do, bro.
Statue of Liberty,
the best is when he gets kicked off the panel.
God.
And he goes and I can see everybody even when they're not on panel. And he sits and does the same things on screen, even when he's not on the panel. And I'm like, are you just doing that at me now? Hey,
Balderson, can I read a poem called "The Death of Deception"?
Of course, sir. That sounds like a good place.
And then we can talk about it.
Oh well, we can talk about it before we end. Yes.
All right. So this is the death of deception. Into the pain we go, deeper and deeper. Is there an end to suffering? The wise man says, yes, a Buddha and a Christ. With all of these lessons taught, why has the suffering not sufficed? So many teachings, which one should you choose? To define your existence in words is the errands of fools. Books, tablets, and scriptures, all created to teach. Or is the goal control? What emotions do they open in that which they preach? Only when you do not understand life can you truly fear death. Close your eyes and look within. Here we can find heaven. Peace of mind comes only through inner understanding. How can we truly live when we fear death? Humanity disconnected from our very own breath. If we do not listen to the voices of the living, we will always feel the screams of the dead in our hearts, yes. and the pain and suffering within will weigh ever so heavy within our chest. All life is eternal, the only death being in perception. Perspectives must change for humanity's resurrection. An insurrection within, by the way, that's called a jihad, an insurrection within, an uprising again. To ensure the future for our children, we must rise together once again. Why do those who help the most suffer the hardest consequences, while the ones who do harm wield pain without regret? Humanity is disconnected. Mental separation is the key to our misery. Our history created by those who would do us harm, yes, lies taught in books and handed out by crooks. Fear is the key used to keep our minds locked, and the waters will never be replenished so long as the well remains boarded shut. In poisoning nature, we poison our future. In harming our earth, we disrespect our blessed birth. The result of a poisoned mind, yet the heart beats on. The result of a broken home, yet the earth spins on. The result of a divided family, yet the mother carries on. This disconnection comes from within, yet the soul will always live on. These children of Abraham arguing over who is less wrong. When you look up at the sky, tell me, what is it you see? Tell me, where are the angels sent down to help you and me? Billions of people suffering, living only with their faith, waiting to leave this space and go to an invisible place one day, or so they say. Whosoever calls upon thy name in vain will feel thy wrath. Yes, this was the first promise made to us, yes. And this was the only promise kept, and the fee paid in the blood of the innocent. Blood sacrifices has always been its favorite prescription. Mankind killing each other to please a force that remains hidden, abandoned.
Damn.
Jody.
Bars, dude.
Sorry,
Bars, dude.
I
Mute your microphone, say whatever you want. Mankind killing each other to please a force that remains hidden, abandoned children. The only thing we have lost is the only thing we are truly searching for, ourselves. Fallen from grace, yet created of the earth. Is this not a part of the wisdom taught in the good book? Fallen angel am I, fallen angel are you. No matter what your beliefs, God is always within you. So look to the sky and await a sign, all the while standing upon the divine. The mother that holds you through deeds good and bad is always and forever. The sacred mother where all life you can touch is derived. Understand God is to understand self, to experience life as one through understanding. God the Father, the seed of universal life. Yet in the womb of the eternal mother is where the spirits and atoms are combined. Here the soul is created in the temple that houses the divine. Close your eyes, because the only place you can ever truly see is inside.
Bars.
Thoughts?
Love it.
Epic.
Nice.
sorry, bro. I
Based.
thought I was muted.
No, it's not. It's not.
I thought I was
No problem.
muted. That shit fucking hit.
No, no problem. I
Really.
appreciate, but I was trying to like read it and not say it, you know, because I have to start practicing reading out loud.
I really apologize.
No, brother.
That
don't
shit
worry.
was dope as fuck, bro.
Dude, so the book is just go to the website and download its free ebook for everybody. It's in 16 languages.
Omar got the full draft of the meat of the poets. He didn't get the Odin piss.
Yeah, it's called the.
He fell into the cauldron.
Yeah, no, because the thing I'm saying also, because people are going to say like, it's like, yeah, because that goes against what you've been told. But wait, I'm not a fucking atheist. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there's no God. I know there's a God. Like I'm fully, that's all I know. I know for sure. You know what I mean? But the question is like, who's taking you, pointing there, and who, you know what I mean? Who's telling you down here? That's the difference, right? Where did Jesus say the kingdom of heaven lives? In the fucking temple? No, he said it within. You know,
temples.
Yeah, between the temples, sure. In the temple of the body, in the temple of the water body, but he didn't say in the second temple where the fucking Pharisees are. Correct, Clay? He didn't say it's. By the way, it's over there. Let's storm the temple. He comes with the sword the second time. The sword.
That's
the sword.
Right,
the sword comes. I'm looking forward to the sword. I think if Jesus were to come back with a sword as predicted, I think I'm safe.
I would actually have to agree on that one.
Yeah. I would think I'm safe.
Now, I mean, not like I'm not Jesus, I'm not God, but
Neither of us are.
I'm pretty sure you got a pretty good grasp on things.
Yeah.
you're not. I don't think you'd be seen in poor favor, if you will.
I'm not, yeah.
I mean, I'm a hypocrite. That's why I'm up here asking questions about multiple different religions, because I honestly believe in like reincarnation, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So I'm up here trying to find a faith, something to follow. I think that there is a greater. That's why I don't dismiss anyone, even the evolutionists, because somebody had to create, and me and Ben, we got into this about abolitionist,
Well, I would put it this way, Jody. There's no single thing, no single idea. There's no single viewpoint. That particular thing, when you're looking at things, unless you're going to like say, okay, God, right? But that right there, like if you're looking for it in a physical form, you're not going to find it, right? There's no single thing, even within ideals, right? So like the things that are inside of your brain going through whatever, the mind, that right there, like there's no single thing saying, okay, this is all of a sudden it, but it's rather a understanding of all things, and as Omar brought up earlier, the application of knowledge, which of course brings wisdom, and you can only gain that through insight and understanding, and then apply it and be a man. You don't need to follow any particular thing or any particular man. What the understanding is to be what you are, which is supposed to be a man created.
Well, that's kind of my point of why I like with Omar's poem. It was because I do not fear death. I'm ready for death whenever it approaches me.
Good.
But there's two ways of not fearing death. One way is that you don't fear death because you don't appreciate life, and the second one is you don't fear death because you truly understand life.
Yeah, one is like a coward's fearlessness of death, and the other is like embracing
because you understand life as an eternal life, as in
right, right, and that's what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to embrace every culture that I could. And that's why I try to not be.
I got one right here for you. It's called A Contemplation of Man. Think back to early man. Think back to the first recorded civilization in our known history, Mesopotamia, Al-Kemet, and beyond. Think back to a time where there was no back in time, where there were no ancient texts to quote. There was only the now. Think back to a time where there were no prophets, no messiahs, and no gurus to teach. How would you learn?
Mm-hmm.
Think back to a time where there were no one. Think back to a time where there was no one from the past to point to you to tell you right from wrong. What would you do? How would you guide your life? What would you believe if you lived in a time where there were no stories written in books for you to either blame or to issue blank checks of faith to? What would you believe?
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you what to believe. That's the question.
No, that's
the end of the fucking writing.
Spot on. Perfect.
I mean,
it's like
completely
that search.
perfect.
That search. That's what you're supposed to do. That search.
Yeah.
You understand? Find it.
Now here's the thing, and I want to add to that if I can.
Of course, that's the whole point of the book.
So,
Clay, you can take the book. You can take that book. There's no copyright on it. You can take that book and you can fucking do your own narrative to it. You can do whatever you want with it. It's the entire point. It's free.
Why I come to the panels.
No, but I'm saying you can
I know.
write your own thing on it. It doesn't make a difference.
Oh, bro, I did some writing, and as much as I love writing, genuinely, I find no solace in it because of the fact that people twist things. Now, I appreciate what you wrote there, but I can see somebody twisting it. That's what I'm
Good.
saying.
Let them twist it.
Let them twist it. I hear you.
Let them twist.
But that's why I come. That's why I come to the panel. So
I didn't write. I didn't write anything. So what I do is I have like
you did a Brian Griffin.
Yeah, I just go voice to text. And I do voice to text.
Wish it, want it, do it.
I speak it, and then I started releasing poems with videos, and they started getting like big plays, like 500,000, 200,000 on Instagram. And one of the directors of my organization, like Omar, these are going really good. How often can you? I said I'm going to try to make one a week. He goes, "How many do you think you have?" I said, "What?" He's like, "Poems." I was like, "What?" He's like, "How many poems do you have?" I was like, "I don't know, hundreds." What do you mean, how many?
When should I stop?
I was like, "You didn't know that?" And so then I just basically went and I typed in poem and I uploaded from notes directly to a Word doc. And as soon as it hit 162 pages, I sent it off and said, "Fucking print."
Yep.
I'm not going to kiss your ass.
Oh, sorry.
Quickly, Tom sends in the big 30. I don't know what that symbol means.
Shekels.
Shekels. All right. Love listening to you all. Might join in one day, but right now have nothing to add to these conversations and debates. Thank you very much, Tom. We appreciate it, and we would love to hear your voice. And,
someone's chewing, apparently. Not the
hell. Vickers World comes in with the big 5 saying, "I assume your brain goes through a devolution. The soul is transmitted to a lesser being of the animal kingdom or bug life."
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's where the higher thought, that's one of the arguments against the higher thought is the pain that it brings with it. Like when you look at animals definitely get emotional a little bit. Like let's say a cow loses its calf. It's depressed for a few days. And then the cow's moved on. It's done
back
with
to
it.
filling its 4 stomachs.
Yeah. It don't sit and think, "Oh, what did I do wrong? Is this something because I'm a bad person? Am I deserving bad karma? Did I, blah, blah, blah." The cow ain't having none of those thoughts. The cow's sad that it lost its baby. And then in a couple days it moves on with life. It's that higher thought has its advantages and its disadvantages, and one of those disadvantages is definitely painful.
Yeah.
Yep. So just to expound on what you were saying, though, Omar, with your poem there, what would you believe if you had nobody to teach you, right? No other person, no books, no nothing.
We'd be talking like this around the fire.
We would be the teachers, right?
We would be teaching ourselves. The oldest book, the Upanishads, the legend goes, they say it was either written by 1,000 sages over 100 years or 100 sages over 1,000 years. The point is that these people in these ancient lands of Ariana sat around and discussing. What they were doing was sitting around and working with plant medicines and drinking
Right.
their own version. Yeah, and they would have journeys and they would share, and then that goes in the book. And then that's how the Upanishad was created. And there's no author. But you know the why? Because they were fucking humble. Because they understood that it being a transmitter of this sacred ancient wisdom that none of us know, it's not your thought. It is a thought that you were blessed to have. It was a vision you were blessed to see. It's not my vision. It's a vision. And so with that, they wrote it down and put it out. That's one of the reasons why I have another book of poetry called Ariana. I'm going to put that out as soon as possible. Those are free. You know why? You're not supposed to charge people for something you're blessed to understand. I'll just be walking around. I lived in the jungle for years, bro.
Yeah, bro. Look, hey, you ain't even got to say nothing, bro. I lived in the woods too. So, and actually, that's literally where I was about to go. Right? I was gonna say, people don't realize
desert, mountain, jungle, same shit.
Yeah, when you live out there with nature by yourself and you don't have anybody around, nobody to talk to, nobody to get advice from, nobody to feed you, nobody to bring you anything ever, because it's not fucking happening. You begin to realize how very important you really are. you become very important. Your person, it becomes very, very important what you do.
I have this book called The Art of Awakening, and I spoke it into an iPhone 5S voice to text in the notes over a course of 10 days. During those 10 days, I served 4 ceremonies, and I had 6. So there's 10 days in the temple myself. And the temple is basically just made of like wood and bamboo, and it's completely out in the open. It's in the trees. And in those 10 days, I transmitted 10 chapters, 550 pages, and then I revamped it down from that because I noticed I was really just actually trying. Apparently, I was trying to start a theological war in half of the book, and I took my ego out of it, and I left only the beautiful parts. So it's 323 pages.
Yeah, what you're describing right now about the writing, because you're by yourself, you're able to start to understand things, and now you need to write it. That right there, it's exactly what I did, right? Yeah. So I have some old work still that I have. I mean, it's so I'll give you an example. The left-right paradigm and that existence. People don't realize it, but there's this left-right paradigm that exists within a lot of different realms. It's not just politics, right? It's in religion too. It's in philosophical things. It's within psychology. Your brain, literally, there's a left brain, right brain, right? And your right brain controls the left, and the left brain controls the right. So this left-right paradigm exists, and I was able to. Oh, by the way, it exists in sex too. I don't know if people realize that, but there's this whole thing that I've made. It's essentially a diagram, and why it is when I come upon these panels and people are talking politics, and I'm like trying to identify where they're at on the spectrum, and I'm like, well, you're saying these things, but you don't really exhibit that. Kind of like, we make fun of Spin because he's got a lot of liberal ideals that he supports. Hey, look, here's the thing. He's really constitutionalist, but then the Constitution itself is a liberal ideology in the whole spectrum of political, like the philosophy behind it, and then you move it into religion, especially. There's some really good stuff that I went into, but you do that in the woods because you can't get your ideas from somebody else.
Yeah.
No, I have a writing about that.
Yeah, if your ears are full of noise, you can't hear yourself. Yeah, that's a fact. Well, with that, go ahead, Howard. Go ahead.
No,
Howard.
I was just gonna say, so Clay, when people when they ask, like, you're a shaman, so what do you believe? And like these are like funny. That's funny to me because it's like, so a shaman why does a shaman go into the jungle and the mountain? It's like very traditional. You aren't a shaman unless you have like passed that rite of passage in a sense.
Sure.
And go.
No, I was going to say, the reason I was in the Amazon was because I was studying the medicine ayahuasca. This is like 15 years ago. That no one knew what the fuck ayahuasca was 15 years ago. No one knew what it was 8 years ago. Okay. And so, but I became a maestro ayahuasquero in 3 different tribes in 3 different parts of the Amazon in 3 different languages, and each one of them have a different rite of passage that you have to go through. The first one I went through, which is the worst one, is with my first teacher. His name is Maestro Javier da Silva. This guy's a fucking proper sorcerer. And when I say sorcerer, I mean sorcerer. It doesn't mean magician. He's more like a warlock, but he's a sorcerer.
Right,
okay?
Right.
And so, he's a motherfucker, okay? Like proper. He's very, 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 very dangerous person. And he's gotten worse over time.
Or a really nice person, depends on who.
He loves me, but he will go out. He will go for the blood, bro. Like in the ceremony.
Yes.
Like he especially if there's an audience. But and he'll tell you he's doing it out of love, But which is like, okay, you're doing it because there's a fucking audience there. I brought 3 people. I brought 3 gringos here, and you want to make sure that when they tell stories of you, that they tell stories of how powerful you are. I know exactly why you're doing this, but anyway,
he wanted to beta you.
Yeah,
he wanted to be alpha.
The concept is that you go under this tree, and it's supposed to be like, like the tree, and there's a whole ceremony. You do a ceremony before, and then the next morning you go. And I'll find a picture while I'm telling you. And the concept is that the goal is that you're going to be able to spend 10 nights and 10 days in there, right? And so every day they bring you someone at some point before the sun goes down. It's like miles into you're already in there's the jungle, and then there's la selva, which is like the jungle, and then there's la jungla. La jungla is like the fucking Amazon basin. Like when the Amazon is like the jungle, and there's these gigantic crevices that go down, that flood, and then it becomes flat areas. That's where like that's called a basin, right? And so this is like very deep fucking Amazon. Anyway, very deep. It takes a certain type of equipment. You have to have different equipment than most men. Okay, and when you get there, and then so anyway, 10 days they'll come and they'll bring you a cup of the ayahuasca, and it's not the same ayahuasca. There's different variations and different admixtures they're putting in it. And you have to drink that immediately, and then they give you a cup of water, which you pretty much drink immediately, okay? And then they leave, and so it's 10 days and 10 nights, right? And kind of inside this tree, no one's there to watch you. I actually got lost for 3 days in the Amazon. They had to find me because I thought I was familiar with it. It's very, very bad. By the way, look.
Damn. Yeah, they could have died easily.
See this guy?
Yep.
Did you get malaria?
And so, let's see here. Look how old I am.
What the fuck?
They're like, you belong here. You're all right. You got this.
Look how like young I am there. This is right there. That's the tree. Anyway, and anyway, so what happens? The idea behind it is that you intend, and they pray for this. It's like, number one is that the Mother Ayahuasca accepts you, right? Number two is that Mother Nature, that the jungle accepts you, right? So you prove that ayahuasca has accepted you, because otherwise it's over. Number two is the jungle accepted you, because otherwise it's fucking over. And number three is that you have fucking slayed your own fucking demons of fear. Right? Because if you don't find, when you're just standing there and you're dude, fire ants, everything. As soon as you like tap it, mosquitoes, but as soon as you like tap in to fucking surrender and just blend in, you're not getting fucking crushed by fire ants and mosquitoes and all this other shit. It's wild stuff how it works. But that's some crazy shit for sure. Those games, that fucking game was no joke. But yeah, so that's 10 days there. That'll fucking do it.
Sorry, I broke up your Black Panther party and you're on Luciferianism.
That's all right, gentlemen. And this has been a fantastic chat. Howard, thank you for coming on panel, brother. We are very glad to have you on.
I can't believe that I came on here before Fourth Wiseman.
Wow. Well, this was excellent. Next week, guys, we're gonna go into the logos. We'll have play at the beginning of the show, during the main portion, which I thought he was gonna be in for most of them. We'll have to get the kinks worked out. No, that's all right. We got to do other things. I messed up and had the Uncle Ted Talks intro, and I don't know how to undo that. We'll figure out. We'll have the kinks worked out next week. But we're doing logos next week. This has been fantastic. Love you guys.
Love you guys. I wanted to.
You've got mail.